Hello, everyone. I fear class is in session. And desperately needed. How's it going, everyone? Good to see you. Go on, Trainer Tails, hello. Good to see you, Bingle Bob. Hello. What song does this be? This is 1 p.m. from Animal Crossing City Folk. Or, I mean, it's a cool new Elestrals song they're all doing. Sorry for the brand confusion here as well. We are on the Elestronauts channel, I think. We'll see. Stark and Jump Scare, true. I was gonna make some hearts, hello. Good to see you, Jank Enthusiast as well. Good to have everyone here. What's up, Cyber Dragoon? I like your name. Today we have something to talk about. Something to discuss, something to consider inside of our Elestrals journey together. If you're watching me here on this live stream, that means that you too might also be an enjoyer of Elestrals. That being said, we have a problem. Let's talk about it. That's what I'm saying. Give me one more solar. That's true. Absolutely. One more solar receive Elestrals, all it takes. Trish is quite literally, just quite literally, one card away from breaking that deck. I believe it. But while waiting for everyone to get in here, I think that it is worth discussing and talking about upcoming things. Yo, what's going on? And why is it tsunami? Tsunami really is a problem that also goes into a discussion we're going to be talking about today, a little bit. The couple of just things we're going to be discussing today. We have a discussion over the current Elestrals meta, where Elestrals is at, the design philosophy behind Elestrals in terms of what I perceive it to be. One thing that I think is important to note before we get into this discussion, which I'll probably bears repeating when we get to the discussion, is talking about, of course, the fact that I don't know anything about the actual testing circle or the design circle of Elestrals currently. I want to put that out into the world immediately, just so that everyone knows that I'm not trying to speak for anyone. I'm not trying to speak for Dan, who I do have good relations with, or anyone inside of the testing or the practice circles for Elestrals. I want to put that out there too, because I'm not trying to put any words in anyone's mouth or any sort of ideas. This is going to be strictly off of my own perceptions and observations inside of this game. That's the first and foremost. So, with that being said and out of the way, let's talk about it. Okay, so what are we here to discuss today? Let me flip it over to our current thing. If you have questions, class, make sure to raise your hand, and we'll be getting to those absolutely sometime, certainly. What's going on, Anthony? Hello, good to see you. Dialis, hello. Also, let's go Solar, best deck. My goat with Solar. Hello, Professor Sologs. Hello, Siberian. Man, that's such a handsome audience today. It's a beautiful audience. Okay, let's talk about a few things, shall we? How's the music, everyone? How's the sound? Is it okay? Does it sound okay? Why sound okay? Is it too loud? Is it too quiet? What's going on? Hello, good to see you. Titana stock through the roof. True. Anyone got a pen I could borrow? Please come prepared to class before you get here. I do not have extra pens or pencils. Paper and notebooks are recommended, but not included inside of your course syllabus. Okay, let's talk about and discuss something that's been on my mind recently and on the minds of a lot of people, considering that there was a most recent tournament. Can you take notes on your phone? Okay, yes, if you have a laptop or school device, a school approved device, you may take notes on it. Phones, iPads for you iPad children, laptops, etc. Easy peasy. Man, it's the fall. I mean, we're a couple weeks into the course at this point. I think you guys should have things together, but otherwise. Okay, so as you can see on the screen currently right now, we're jumping right into it. We're gonna be talking about today's lesson and lecture with Professor Swolax, that's me, the Fives Dilemma. Now, I'm going to be referring to this as the one card problem or the one design problem, a few things inside of the clickbait titles and clickbait thumbnails, just to be a little more bombastic about it, so to speak. The actual thing I would like to use to describe this is dilemma, because I do think that's important for this discussion. It's a little more constructive than a problem to be fixed. In fact, it's a very complex and complicated issue that is rooted in the design of Elestrals specifically. As well, dilemma is a really good way to phrase this, as there's more considerations to be made here rather than actual problem solution oriented thinking. Again, multi-step, multi-issue thing that we're going to be discussing. One thing I do want to point out too, another disclaimer, even though I know I probably don't necessarily need to get into this disclaimer, it's that yes, this is brought upon by the most recent tournament, and no, I do not want to take away from Jayak, the most recent tournament winner, their win. I think that Jayak played extremely well. Looking at the Jayak's list, which we'll get into here in a little bit as well, the considerations that he made for this tournament were top notch and next level. Some of the plays specifically that he was making were also very, very strong. And I don't think that it's the problem of the player that is effectively choosing to play these types of strategies. In addition to that, I think just in general, Jayak is a good player. So there's that. I just want to put that out there. Not necessarily salty, however, Uncle-lith for days. Okay, so next. Who am I? I'm Swolax. That's me, professor. Your professor for today. We'll go over some preliminary qualifications that I do have for this discussion, and then we'll go over to what is more important for this discussion. So, who am I? Unfortunately, I have a copious amount of experience inside of UX and UI design. That is me around the time that I started to study this. That's roughly 40 pounds ago, and definitely more Twinkie. Yes, I swapped the glasses, and I need to get new ones, so look out for that sometime soon. I used to work at a bookstore as well, so that's a relic from the past. I hid my shoes because they're a bunch of busted up Sperry's. Anyways, now, because UX and UI design is effectively just the study and or the actual practice of user experience and user interface design. More specifically, the idea was that the psychology and marketing portion of my major was not as interesting to me as actual user experience and user behavior. Again, bunch of fancy terms for saying that I think that there is a predominant difference between how people design and intend things to go versus how users actually behave inside of a given market, inside of a given system, with given products, etc., etc., etc. The idea would be like, if you have a website, for example, and you have a big red button that says enter, it's confusing to someone. You go to checkout at a cashier and it says like cancel transaction or like skip. You're more likely to hit cancel transaction for a lot of different reasons. Anyways, last point, overall pretty cool guy. So here's some preliminary qualifications for this that are effectively unimportant, but just kind of interesting to note that I will be looking at this from a user behavior and user experience level, and thus that will be influencing how I'm going to speak about this in its design. Any questions? What did I miss? Everything? Yes, actually. You can see me after class if you'd like to. The stash is definitely an improvement. Oh, I appreciate that. Hopefully it is. I do think it's kind of interesting, just looking at the numbers of Earth seem significantly better than 5s, but people dislike the deck enough to be seen as the number 2, causes discourse. That's also something too important to note that we will be talking about specifically later, is why Earth is actually pretty strong in this consideration, and in this different, by the way. But we will be, and I do think Earth is actually the healthy thing is there. What does a pretty cool mean? I don't know, that's eye of the beholder stuff. Is mayonnaise an instrument? Moving on. Okay, some more important stuff to this discussion. Who am I in Elestrals? Now, former Elestrals champion inside of Frostfall. Elestrals Season 2 finalist, only losing out to my boy Josh, aka Bean Soldier TV, other Elestrals champion. Two tops, maybe 3. I can't remember if there's a third one particularly. One of them was with 5s inside of the base set, so I do feel like I'm particularly qualified to have this discussion because I do have a lot of thoughts and feelings on 5s, considering as well I was gaslit into believing that 5s was a particularly bad strategy up until, like, a couple months ago. So, Who is laughing now? It's not me. Actually, I'm crying a little bit. Fives was bad in base set. Fives was the third best deck in the room by far. And if Thunder was hit inside of base set format in the similar way that it was in Frostfall, I think it would have been the second best deck. Easy peasy. Anyways, recent 9th place finish with Unkelith. And I'm also an Elestrals content creator that you guys are watching on this channel right now. Some would say as part of the mega super group called the Elestronauts. There's that. Deserved top 8? You know, I would say deserved and I would agree. However, looking back on it, there were several games where I could have just won one extra game. One extra game I could have won, and that's completely on my decisions alone. In fact, I did mess up a few times. Shocker to know. Your professor's not perfect, chat. Any questions here? All right. We are here now. Now you have context for who I am. We're going to start to get more deeper into the discussion. We are here. Now, where is here? Important considerations to note for the game of Elestrals. Again, this is going to be more on a holistic thing. We are now in year 2 of Elestrals, the Kickstarter and also some of the prototyping that Dan, aka A-Drive, was able to put out. Again, very impressive turnaround. And also, once again, I want to kind of give a little bit of a pat on the back to our boy. This game is pretty well designed, all things considered, like effectively being out of like the brainchild mind of someone who just effectively put it all together, which is interesting, right? In addition to that, Elestrals has released its third premiere set, Daybreak, which it just released. This is fairly recent. So again, we are very in the early lifespan of Elestrals. Things can change. Things will change. I know Dan, aka A-Drive, and the team of Elestrals are all very hard at work to consider very carefully changes to the meta, upcoming products, and obviously, again, the user experience and the player base experience across tournaments, cards, and products and sets. There we go. Did you know that you had exactly the same opponent match win percentage as number 8? They were ahead by their own game. I know. Isn't that crazy? And I think I had a better strength of schedule. Either way. Anyways. That is where we're at right now. We are very much so in the early game of Elestrals, so I do want to point that out for context for future people who are watching this, that things can and will change. Okay. Why are we here? Also important to note, because I feel like I have to go over all of this for the people who are Zoomers in the audience. So, most recently, we had a tournament for Daybreak, the third premiere set inside of Elestral's lifespan. And this was effectively the breakdown of the entire tournament, I believe, or, you know, they haven't released a fancy graphic for it yet. But as you can see, we actually have a pretty diverse format. A lot of different Kerberos lists, Chronodial. We also have Solar Nexus, Earth Nexus, Thunder Wind, which is kind of cool. Rhino Sect with Nexus, or Rhino Scorch for one, which is kind of cool. And Wasp Ivy, which is unfortunate. However, we also see a larger inclusion with things like Big Body with Arcalith, Water Big Body, which that's what they are calling Fives, or the colloquial name that we refer to it as is Fives. They call it Big Body as of now recently. I think Five Guys, there's like a name, everyone's trying to pick a name for it. Anyways, this is the breakdown of specifically Fives as we know it. Give me 1 second. Okay. Okay, back to this. Now, that was the breakdown of the tournament. Here's the breakdown of your top 8 for the tournament here. You can see we have Earth Nexus at 50%, Big Body Beaters at 25%, Solar Nexus at 12.5%, and Water Big Body at 12.5%. Now, don't let them lie to you. Water Big Body is effectively just Fives. I played against this exact same player inside of the Swiss rounds, and from my experience, it was just Lumaru, it was Eddie, it was Sorlet, and it was Water Enchant, Beatdown. To me, that is effectively just Big Body with a little bit of a splash engine with things like Atlantis. I totally get it and I completely understand, but let's call a spade, shall we? So, what does this mean in terms of percentages or breakdown in terms of a top 8? Half of top 8, 4 people were on Earth Nexus. This is, again, a premier deck and a strong deck inside the last couple metas, and effectively would be the best deck, taking down the King of Thunder Nexus before it. Big body beaters is again 5s, and we had 3 of the top 8 as that, and then 1 Solar Nexus player, which the Solar Nexus deck was also effectively a beatdown strategy with the Solar Engine in mind. Pretty base as well. I think Dialis is actually here right now. Thank you for your contributions as Solar's strongest soldier. Very much appreciated. So here's the main draw that I think is kind of the problem. Now, people are talking about 5s. However, Earth is on the opposite spectrum as 50% of the top cut breakdown. Like, Elestrals having a tier 0 format, impossible, right? Now, why Earth Nexus, and why is Earth Nexus that represented, and why is it converting as much? I'll tell you quite simply. Right now, Elestrals is inside of a meta that is consisting of 5s, or big body beaters, and the deck that beats it, aka Earth Nexus. And you could say that Earth Nexus is the better strategy, and there is some debate for that. I personally do not think so. I think that Earth Nexus is very strong and has all the tools necessary to beat and compete a deck, or compete against a deck like big body beaters. But I do think overall, and as time progresses, big body beaters and 5s are ultimately the best strategy in Elestrals by far, which for a few reasons that we'll get into in the future. Number-wise, though, the number 3 deck should be some sort of win pile. Absolutely. I kind of agree. Like, in theory, there's a lot of different strategies here that could fit. But I think that overall... Well, let me move. Sure, there we go. This one works. Let me know if the music's, like, kind of weird. Okay. But overall, I think that this is effectively just the breakdown, right? Is that we have a very strong competitor in a deck that beats it and has every tool possible to beat it and also other decks in response, and is almost as equally as spirit efficient as 5s and 5s. There's that. What's going on, Scott Guy? Hello, what I missed? You missed us talking about the actual tournament. We missed about my credentials, and that's it. That's all you've really missed so far, so enjoy Old Swolax for you. There's a treat for the class. Okay. Not unfortunate as Swallow Skin Rob? Absolutely. Unkalith needed a top 8 win for 1. Deck profile not sometime soon. Okay. So, when we talk about big body beaters too, let's go into a little bit of closer definitions of what we're looking at. This is specifically Jayak's first place list from yesterday. Very, very clean list. I do want to emphasize that I want to give all the props in the world to Jayak for making this tournament run and for playing exceptionally well. I want to say that because I think that there's some people that would argue differently. That being said, here is the breakdown of the deck. It is a fairly straightforward mana, aka spirit efficient deck that this player decided to play. They're playing effectively 3 copies of some of the most strong cards inside of the entire game, 3 copies of some of the most generic cards inside the entire game, and playing some interesting inclusions in terms of the side deck for covering some matchups. I think that in particular, this player had a lot of good testing and also had a lot of good awareness of what to bring today. Today being yesterday. This is a hot button issue because I think that a lot of people tend to discredit this type of gameplay and this type of style of deck building, which I completely just disagree with. I think that overall, this is like, it's upsetting that it's a little bit slow, it's a little bit boring, and unexciting. Boring's a little bit derogatory. I'll say unexciting. And alternatively, too, I think that there are other decks inside of Elestrals that have a more solidified, more identified game plan. But I think that 5s overall is just, unfortunately, and once again, a very efficient and a very convenient strategy that has less considerations and also can play through a majority of things like removal, things like counter runes, things like battle. And so it can incorporate all the, let's say, mechanics of Elestrals correctly, while foregoing probably, and arguably, its most important mechanic, which is Nexusing. What's going on, Wirtz? Hello, good to see you. Welcome to the class. Everyone that's getting in here late, please take a seat. Insane how consistent this deck is? Absolutely. This deck also can put up consistent results as well as the hands being just ultimately very good. One thing I did see is that a lot of people stress and worry about counter runes, which we can discuss and talk about. But I typically saw 0 to maybe 1 counter rune total on Jayak's board inside of the finals against our own Bean Soldier TV, which I think is insane, but is correct. And I think that as we see the meta evolve, more decks might actually end up picking up this strategy. So this is what we consider to be a 5s or big body beaters list. Is predominantly large bodies that are low to the ground that play copious amounts of removal. So Even moreover, what the heck is a 5? We've seen the list, we know what it can do, but what is a 5 in Elestrals? Again, this is an Elestrals design discussion. We're talking about a wider issue, dilemma, excuse me, I did the thing. I know they don't want us to say issue anymore. But y'all are gonna get a degree after this anyway, so it's fine. Anyways, what is the dilemma with 5s? This is, again, an inherent design dilemma that I think is that Elestrals is currently facing right now. So, these are 5s, plain and simple. I'm using a few examples from base set to highlight over what a 5 is. At its simplistic, a 5 is an Elestral or creature or body that has a 5 stat on it. We have all the way on the left-hand side of the spectrum, Astrabbit, which is one of the most notorious 5s inside of Elestrals, period. In the middle, we have Galaxy, which is also a very notorious Elestral with a 5 stat for different reasons, and I'm so sorry, Siberian, that I've caused more DMs from Trish inside of your time. And then Spy Nymph on the far right-hand side of the screen here, with a 5 defense body. Now, there are varying degrees and levels of 5s that do exist inside of this game. I do want to point out that these are just some examples that I just chose because I think they're very interesting to talk about, and all 3 represent different forms of a 5 body. One that's utility, one that's more aggro that allows for a little bit of different play, and also Spy Nymph. So these I would also be considering 5s, but in different ways. Like, if you want to talk about the spectrum of what is a 5, right, the little gradient, so to speak, of the alignment chart of what is a 5, the neutral, the chaotic, etc., these I would actually still consider to be 5s as they are more utility 5s, or special 5s, if you will. Elechick, which searches Zeus, can effectively bump Elechick up to a 7, effectively by decreasing the defense position, or the defense or attack of an Elestral, and also Demeter, which can effectively just boost Elechick itself to a 7, a 1-card 5-ish, if you will, with extra steps. Moss Station is also in there too. There's some other cards that are very similar to Moss Station with attack modifiers that I would consider to be more spirit efficient cards that ultimately function very similarly, if not stronger, than the actual generic 5s. Now, these 5s specifically might have direct counterplay in the form of counter runes or more explicit removal. Again, Moss Station's effect to turn itself to the defense position is very important, as that is kind of relevant, allowing for other Elestrals to take its place and also hit itself over. In reality, that's not really how this card usually functions or plays, but I do want to point it out as it is more specifically a consideration as a specialty 5. Yeah, once you're adding Warmight, you need to take a step back and whether defining 5 as becoming too liberal. And absolutely, Warmight is the most liberal 5. I'm glad you brought that up. This is the chaotic 5. If you really, really want to stretch the definition of 5, Warmight is an example of something that is attack modulation that effectively is a spirit-efficient Elestral with removal. So while it is not a 5 in really any sense that I would want to say, personally, I do think there's a consideration here that Warmight can be complemented with specific 5s, specific bodies that, if you will, that function very similar to a 5, but are ultimately, I would say, maybe more, let's say, radical. We'll say radical, that's a good word for it. All right, moving on. So that's the definition of more like a straightforward 5, how we could consider a like standard 5 into a specialty 5, if you will. Any questions on these? Yes, mayonnaise is a 5. Tomorrow I'll have blue hair and pronouns. Well, do I have a surprise for y'all? Someone may consider. Is a Bomb Ursa 5? Yes. True 5 is Titanostock? Absolutely. Bring back 5 defense Titanostock. Where's my goat Gleam? Interesting that you talk about that, because we will be discussing that too. Isn't that something? Let me adjust my hair real quick, because it's getting hot in here. I just want to say that. Hey, what's going on, Dyer? Hello, good to see you. Hey, Professor Wallace, caught up on the lecture by watching what I missed on 2 times speed, and I'm ready to take notes. Thank you, absolutely. Thank you for catching up to class before you're sitting down. Good to have you here. Anyways, so as we discussed previously, and if you missed it, we'll kind of go over it again, more base 5s, using a lot of set 1 stuff for a good baseline, and also more radical and or different alignments of 5s. So we're just going to put that out here now. All right, so if you still don't get it, here are some qualifiers to 5s that I think are actually pretty important. They're spirit efficient. 5s and big bodies typically are going to be 1-cost Elestrals. There are a lot of 2 and 3-cost Elestrals with higher stats, of course. And some things are even honorary 5s, which is super nice. But I think ultimately it's important to distinct that the 5s and big bodies that we are talking about and that we as a community also see are things that are more spirit efficient. I just want to point that out there. And spirit efficient can also be things like Arcturus. Again, the balance here is that Arcturus, Mustation, and Mustation all typically are, again, still pretty spirit efficient for accomplishing their ultimate function, which is a large body that can effectively, for second point, often are successful at proposing a 2-for-1 value. Now, whether that proposal actually is successful is going to be up to the actual board state itself. Again, it is never always guaranteed that these things happen, and that's always just card games, and of course, Elestrals is no different. So that is obviously the second point that I want to bring up here, is that there, while, once again, things like Arcturus or Mustation, its other arguably better counterpart, can oftentimes be removal, and oftentimes are successful at their removal, not always the case. Now, the third point I think is actually the most important here for the 5s in terms of its function, which is that oftentimes they demand a response that is of equal measure. And what I mean by that is that we can actually take it back to the Earth portion of this discussion. I've always kind of said this, that the best decks in Elestrals are decks that can demand responses. As spirits equal life and as spirits equal our resources, our cards effectively inside of Elestrals, the more times you respond to your opponent in a defensive manner, the less you can actually do. And so the trick of Elestrals is, and again, not to get too ludicrous out of here, but when I move, you move, just like that. When I move, you move, just like that. Yo, DJ, run that shit back. That is effectively what 5s does best. They force an opponent to move and respond. You don't have to. You really don't have to. You don't have to do anything. But effectively, 5s as a deck and 5s as a declarative strategy are just wanting your opponent to do something or lose out on value and face the consequences. That is the ultimate goal of 5s, in my opinion. Same with Thunder Nexus, same with Earth Nexus at the end of the day. Why is Earth Nexus one of the best decks inside of the entire room? Well, that's pretty simple and pretty easy to identify. Every single card inside the Earth's repertoire demand an increasing response of equal measure. And that's very simple, right? And that, to me too, means that there is significant counterplay, but that's also one thing to consider. Let's go on, Lazy Lee. Hello, good to see you and welcome to class. Hopefully you brought a pencil or a pen. Me choosing not to interact with 5s and choosing to get beaten to death by crabs. Exactly. So that's something that I think is very important to know. Now, obviously, the last one is have a 5 or is functionally stronger than a 5 in terms of its attack and or defense strat. So optional but preferred is that the effect is useful. This is something that's very interesting and intricate inside the Elestrals discussion when it comes to 5, is how useful or how good the card is. I look back to, again, things like Ash Rabbit, which is arguably the best 5 because it just accrues resources, but Ash Rabbit is not too far behind. This kind of serves a different function. Then again, the Spy Nymph is a great example of a card that effectively does absolutely nothing, but has a 5 stat. So there's that. Anyways, now it's 5s all the way down, baby. We have a few different 5s in each of the different spirit types. Elestrals does have a lot, and some of them are pretty good. Now, again, I'm not going to be including the 2-drops here, and if I miss any here, then please let me know. You can shout it out at rapid fire in the chat for the class. We have Viscerus, which again is a functional 5 because it boosts itself on the board, and also most 5 strategies would be running something very similar. We'll go into Spectaris in a little bit. Sprouter is a 5 inside of Earth, and Spy Nymph is a 5 inside of Earth. Again, these actually is a great and perfect example of the spectrum of 5s in a given element. What purpose do they serve? What do their effects serve? And how much value do you end up getting off of those effects overall? Nekruff is the only fire 5 to my understanding knowledge, and is the goodest boy, and is my favorite 5. Outside of Smoltuga, which is good because water only has these two, Galaxy and Smoltuga. So Galaxy and Smoltuga are also very interesting themselves because I would, and we'll talk about here in a second, what I would consider to be part of a package of some of the absolute best 5s and most well-designed 5s inside of the entire game. Then on the extreme chaotic evil section, we have Astrabbit. Needs no introduction here, I'm sure, but it is the strongest 5 inside the entire game, and typically is the best start for any Elestrals deck, hands down, full stop. Excuse me. Forgot about Spectaris. Didn't wait long enough to type it out. So, Sorlet is going to be the wind Elestral for its 5 stat. Again, I actually have a discussion about Sorlet here in a little bit, that I think Sorlet is overtuned for a 5, especially inside of base set 1, but as we continue on to the meta inside of Elestrals, it is up there. Rhynymph and Brumalings are the only Frost 5s if you don't consider something like the Cryoling and Cryovern line as 5s, but again, Spirit Efficient is key. In addition to that, we also have things like the Morfrost, and RIP, everyone pay your respects to Morfrost in the chat, and check on your fems, if you will. As well, Lumaru is, I think, arguably on par with Nekruff in terms of its utility and good boy status in terms of 5s. It has a very simple effect, while also being part of the new Solar archetype, so, you know, that's fun. Spectaris is also the newest addition to the Lunar arsenal, and I think is their representative for the Lunar 5s, unless we will be getting a 5 in the line that is Spirit Efficient, yada yada yada. But Spectaris gets a +1 for each suppressed Celestial on the field, and whenever you go into battle or combat, this card gains effectively +1, meaning that's a 5, and also it can, hit over anything that it touches effectively on some level, but it will be a 5 at the way down. So those are our elemental 5s, some examples inside of an archetype and inside of each archetype. So once again, we have some of the OG spirit types inside of base set, and we also have some new additions inside of Daybreak and Frostfall. So I just yapped for a little while, and you guys might be coming in here new to the chat and new to the class. Everyone have a sit down. Any questions, please raise your hand. Is there any reason why Jai can't type in the chat? I actually have no clue. Or is it just YouTube being weird? I have no clue. I haven't seen Jai type in the chat. Last time I live streamed, I saw Jai type in the chat all the time. It might be a YouTube moment. I actually really have no clue. Because last time I was live, Jai was able to. But Jai, if you're watching this, hello, Jai. Anyways, so what's the problem with 5s? So 5s are thought of in 2 different manners. And I wanted to make this distinction because this is what I was talking about earlier in terms of trying to interpret the design decisions behind cards inside of Elestrals. Once again, I'm going to clarify and make this disclaimer that 5s as a whole, or any cards inside of Elestrals, are designed with certain amounts of intent. I'm not going to try to speak to the intent in terms of its actuality. I'm just going to be giving my perception and how I'm going to be observing the intent and what I can read from the different context clues inside of Elestrals. You know, that's the first and foremost. So before we get into this, I'm not trying to put words in anyone's mouth, but I will be trying to explain my thought process a little bit in terms of what I can see from the design team inside of Elestrals. Okay, that being said, how are 5s thought of in Elestrals? This goes all the way back into base set and how we can read base set and also into maybe Frostfall and a little bit into Daybreak, though TBD on that one. So this is what I think that the design team for Elestrals thinks about 5s, or the 5 stat or 5 or higher stat. A strong offensive or defensive tool in a specific element to help balance out or further design of the spirit type. What I mean by that, and there are some exceptions, actually before I get into it, there are some exceptions. Mustation's a perfect exception as to where it's both an offensive and defensive type. However, there is some trade-off and trade-back that I think is important to note. So before we get too crazy with it. Now, what do I mean by further the design of the spirit type? So in certain cases, some of the 5s in itself do actually have relation to the gimmick or the general design core of its spirit type. We'll go back to the 5 specifically. Excuse me. Something like Spectaris, Spectaris is like effectively going off the suppression mechanic, right? That's important to know. Lumaru has Mill, which is something that the Lunar deck can kind of get away with and do. Let's see what else. Nekruff has Burn for fire. Galaxy has the water swap, which a lot of the water Elestrals have super weak stats. And Astrabbit's Synagogue of Humanity. We'll see. What's going on, Jayak? Hello, good to see you. What's going on, champ? Everyone, please welcome the current reigning champion of Elestrals, Jayak, into the fold. We were actually talking about your deck 5s earlier today too, so great play on that and congratulations. I really liked your deck, by the way. I thought it was actually pretty heads up. And the inclusion of Cryoblast in the main, pretty cool overall. I was telling everyone earlier, I'm like, I think we actually just straight up slept on Cryoblast in main. Some people were like, nah, it's not that good. I'm like, okay. Anyways, so oftentimes the 5s, I think, are thought of in terms of its design as a way to help round out the different strategies and showcase that they have a tool available to them to turn on aggro and or defend themselves, right? And again, once again, these are typically going to be vaguely related to the strategy that they revolve around. What is the core identity of the deck? We'll get into that a little bit later. Now, the actual use case for this, again, we talked about the UX and UI design, the actual behavior of a player that is going to be playing these cards. They are strong, generic offensive and defensive tools that can be in any element and are protected and often furthered by generic counters and removal. Again, we go all the way back to Jayak's list earlier, which is a slew of rainbow of spirits, on top of the fact they are playing different forms of removal while not necessarily playing native Elestrals of those types, hence the frost spirits from like Cryoblast as a necessity, which is an interesting design discussion and interesting deck consideration overall. But again, I think that players will look at these cards and players typically look at these strategies as this, both offensively and defensively strong, and also are oftentimes protected and covered by the generic tools that other decks can use to try to counter 5s. So while I do think that the intended use of these cards on some level is to mix and match, I don't want to get that confused. I think that's something that Elestrals really tries to sell itself as this, like, you know, big conglomerate of all the spirits, big happy together, and also that can like synergize in different cool ways. I think that's a very interesting thing and very cool thing, and one thing I really like about the Elestral design philosophy. However, I do think that it makes it harder to narrow down specific deck identities, and unfortunately, as a result of that, you end up getting a lot of these hodgepodge, we'll just say the beater decks overall, that incorporate a lot of these different design elements, but oftentimes are just better than their counterparts in those elements, right? Like water devolves into 5s at a certain time. And while that was at one point in time a specific like deck identity to water, the trade-off being that waters are particularly weak in offense until something like Galaxy is its enabler, now that's not really the case with stuff like Moss Station and other such powerful crabs. Any questions? Technically 11 removals, Boombat exists. I forget, I disregard Boombat so much, but it is really good. Let's go on plus minus. 1-drop issues have been exhaustively covered in every single major card game with costs, so I'm surprised Elestrals slammed it in face first. We are speedrunning issues, that's absolutely true. If beater decks stop being relevant, it means combat will likely stop being relevant too. Absolutely as well. I think that's something that is very interesting right now in terms of deck considerations, that right now we are in a weird crossroads where the combat phase is very scary, and thus you do need decks that can ultimately run around the combat phase, right? Alternatively, I think a deck like 5s and big beaters can play into that and play into those specific phases within Elestrals and thrive. Again, once typically proposing 2-for-1 trades and oftentimes being more spirit efficient for removal. What's my favorite card? Ooh, I love Smoltuga. I know I've been on a rant about 5s this entire time, but I do actually love Smoltuga. And Necroth. All right, moving on. So, we just talked about 5s and some interesting takes of 5s. Let's take a little quick break to talk about some of my favorite cards, and also talk about 5s as a somewhat of an evolution. Now, I do think as 5s and as a 5 strategy, Galaxy, Necroth, and Smoltuga kind of represent a weird triangle for the concept of these merging of spirit types. Obviously, Smoltuga can search for a 1-cost fire Elestral, being the Necroth, and typically Necroth will be playing around things like Tsunami, which means that it'll be water enchanted half the time. Now, the balance there is, though, that it gets weaker with some of water's big players like Galaxy. Galaxy being a definite inclusion inside of most big body strategies, being that it's a big body that is resistant to multiple forms of interaction. Now, what I do find very interesting about 5s in this case is that this was like kind of an early concept of 5s. You have things that are relatively weak, but just kind of do something, right? That is, they just do one thing, and that's about it. They are effectively a vanilla body that does one thing, which is specific. Yo, I can chat with this account. Oh, sick. All right. What's going on, Zeus Juice? I'm assuming that's Jai. Hello, Jai. Yeah, why get more vanilla? Won't you? Don't you also like chocolate ice cream and missionary? Absolutely. Though, you know, sometimes I can be about him. But I've seen the package doing well in Fire Next strategies. Exactly. But once again, this is also an issue, is that devolves into 5s. We'll get into that. But I like this package a lot. I think this package is effectively the template for what what I would consider to be a well-balanced use of the strong 5 body, right? This is effectively what I would consider to be the cards that can do nothing if they're not enchanted properly, or you have the option to use them as intended with direct counter. That seems like crazy to me, right? Small Tugon itself too is not particularly strong or powerful until you get Galaxy out, and it's a one-time use card that is just perfect. But Professor Swole, hey, what's going on, Kay? Hello, good to see you. Hello. You missed the entire lecture, and you missed old Swoleaxe, which was a feat to see about 10 years ago and about 40 pounds lighter. So, you know, chat, no spoilers on that one. All right. Now, what's the problem? We just talked about some good examples in the goodest boy of Necref, and how I think that these are very well-defined 5s. They are 5s that have little impact to do with their own effects, and also they typically are just impacting the board with one-to-one value trades often, and with just big bodies. Yes, they are particularly strong, and yes, they have some of the downfalls of the current 5s. However, they can get much worse. They can get absolutely much worse. What's going on, Helen? Hello, good to see you. Professor Swole, can you send me Spark Notes? Well, first, please raise your hand before asking questions. However, yes, you can use Spark Notes. Yes, you can use what was it, Sheg? I think it's what the kids are using nowadays. Again, pen and paper, iPad, laptop, whatever you have necessary to take notes, please do. There will be a test on this at the end of the semester. So, when 5s go rogue, and it's Eddie. Eddie is a 5. It's a utility card in the 5 that effectively is an out to most things inside of the Elestrals meta. But Typewriter, fine. Typewriter is completely fine. You can use Typewriter too. Just, you know, make sure you turn on soft mode, because I don't want to hear a every single time. Now, 5s are the most spear efficient deck, hands down by far. That is part of the rogue strategy here, because as Elestrals gets more into the Nexus mechanic and as more decks focus on game plans and deck identity, you will start to see that their spirits start to go down. And maybe the argument there is that people need to get better at managing their spirits and when to actually cast cards onto the board. However, I do think that ultimately then paces out certain decks that would want to have a revolving strategy revolving around their Nexus mechanics. I'll just say it. So, most options for removal under this account are expensive and often put decks in a significant loss compared to value that strong attackers can present. This is going to be a specific problem that 5s presents. Again, we talked about it earlier, that 5s as a whole presents and proposes a 2-for-1 value oftentimes, even if it's not successful. And those 2-for-1 values can either be in the form of cards directly being 2-for-1, or they can be in spirit count. It is less spirit efficient to play anything that's not 5s, just hands down, full stop. Earthquake, one of the most premier removal cards inside of the game, is a 2 cost. Most counter runes that deal with 5s are effectively 2 or plus cost. Tsunami and Dense Fog are 2 cards that are interesting options in terms of removal, which I think I'm kind of okay with, but still play into the problem that 5s ultimately presents, which is that they don't remove the issue, they just kind of prolong the process. In addition, 5s can use those tools, against their opponents. So again, the 1-for-2 proposal of value is also in cards, like physical cards, but even more importantly, inside of spirits, which can be an immediate detriment to decks that are not specifically 5s. So the options for counterplay are limited and often ineffective. We talked about how the spirit differential is pretty big, but we also haven't necessarily talked about what cards can you use against 5s. And of course, right now with the game being particularly new, there are very limited amounts of cards and limited amounts of things that you can actually use against fives. So you either have to effectively draw the out or the specific out and do that multiple times over every single turn while your opponent is wasting 1 spirit per interaction, which is, again, a problem. So again, strong forms removal are fairly small, that is true, and then fives can also use them to outpace their opponents. Things like Cryoblast, things like Earthquake. Again, going back to Jayak's amazing performance inside the top cut this past weekend, you consistently saw Jayak having 0 or like 1 to 2 to maybe even 0 counter runes on the field at all time, and instead opting to use removal to gain advantage in position. This is a very important thing that fives that does very, very well, and again can do consistently turn after turn. So yeah, I would disagree heavily on the counterplay aspect. People aren't running, just aren't running them. Few people are on Spectaris, Cryobots, etc. Yeah, because those are fives. So either you're playing fives or you're not, is what I'm hearing, you know? And yes, there are counterplays to fives in itself, right? But that I think that also proposes part of the issue, which is that, like, again, your deck is diluted into what we'll talk about here in a second, the problems with those types of building, right? In fact, we'll talk about it now. Elestrals is speedrunning Yu-Gi-Oh's problems. Jayak is actually effectively given the easiest layup for transition in our lives. Big things were happening inside of the Yu-Gi-Oh early game. If you guys weren't there for it, and again, unfortunately, I am a boomer. Everyone, check your knees and check on your thousands doomer. Here were 2 big issues with Yu-Gi-Oh that were persistent for a lot of its early game lifespan. Big bodies being too strong. Everyone kind of remembers Mechanical Chaser and La Jin and Gemini Elf. And these are all very, very specifically like problems that early Yu-Gi-Oh presented, as it was just ineffective to run little dudes who had cool effects and maybe some like particular game plan. And it came at the cost of designing cards that would limit the big beaters and ultimately make it less efficient and less advantageous to run big bodies and just generic removal. Once again, it was just like you did have identities and strategies. You did have specific cards, archetypes, spirits, elements, and levels, right? But it didn't really matter ultimately when you could just summon a big dude and set a couple back row, right? This is going to be the big body problem that Yu-Gi-Oh effectively presented. And then power spell issue. This is the second portion that kind of gets into Jayak's point. Every single deck was predetermined with the same power cards, spells and traps. Think Graceful Charity, Pot of Greed. Think any of the like Call of the Haunted, MST, etc., like Mirror Force. Every single strategy had these cards, and they had an article back, I think it was like 2012. I can't remember exactly when it was, but they talked about how banning and changing these strategies and cards to take away those generic tools ultimately helped progress the deck building of Yu-Gi-Oh! Now, some would say arguably for the worse, and I think there's up for discussion there. But the general gist and idea of it was that these cards presented a big problem in terms of stagnating and limiting deck building. Why aren't people running Cryoblast? Why aren't people running Spectaris? Well, because if they are, they might as well play other things. It's if you give a mouse a cookie deck building, is what I like to call it. You know, why are you running this when you should just be running this? And if you're running this, well, then you should just be running this. And thus everything revolves into crabs. The crab cycle, if you will. Isn't that crazy? Everyone's on the crab cycle. And that's the main issue, is that right now, Elestrals is kind of like in its 3rd set and already facing the same issues that early Yu-Gi-Oh did. And it took Yu-Gi-Oh about 10 plus years to really resolve this problem, which I think is kind of hilarious when you think about it. Hey, it's just like real life, true. Yeah, Alvin Ravine's complicated, banger. Absolute banger. Anyways, let's look at some examples. What pop quiz, what deck is this? It's a little bit blurry. Forgive me, I know I don't really understand technology like you kids, but can you tell me what's on the board right now? Wind, I see Wind, good on Dyer. Dyer gets a gold star. Wind Tool Bag, I like Helen's comedic attempt there. Oh, Tool Tool Bag. Wind Toolbox. It's not Toolbox, kind of. It's effectively Wind Toolbox, but Wind. This is Wind, which is awesome, right? This is what we think of when we consider Wind. We have Aeolus, we have Zeus, we have Elechick to search out the Zeus. Yes, we have generic tools like Aster Rabbit, and of course with the counter runes, we have things like the new inclusion of Toxiswarm, which is super fun. We have a Sorlet in there just for some utility. Some removal like Earthquake. Altar of Stars is in there at a certain capacity because we are looking to do some Nexus shenanigans with Toxiswarm's Receive effect, with Exaltair's Nexusing effect, and also, of course, P-Gust, which can help instant speed destroy back roads, which is super awesome. I absolutely love it. What's going on, Curry Bandis? Hello, good to see you. Oh, I loved your video, by the way, and excellent meta commentary as well, by the way. Good stuff. Snake Eye Fire King? True, this is actually a Snake Eye Fire King. True. So, this is what we see here in Elestrals deck building right now. Again, there's not a whole big difference between something like this and this. Because your webcam, it's just shield. You don't have to worry about shield. Don't worry about it. I could move myself, but then you guys would see the room behind me. And you guys don't want to see that. What is this deck? Anyone in the class at all? Just shout out answers. What do you think this deck is? What does this look like to you? I see Wind 5. Jai gets a gold star. Wind 2. Wind Beaters. Wind Nexus. Wind Beaters. Not the one-ofs with no Aeolus. Wind Burn, maybe? Wind Post Board? You're all kind of correct. Look, what was the difference between this one, this list, and this list? Something poorly built. I'd say, hey, listen, I threw this together like last night in a couple seconds, okay? Yes, it's poorly built. What's the difference between this and this list? All right, we'll flash them on the screen. So this is deck A. This is deck B, the Divine Runes. Okay, that's a good one. That's a really good one. No Nexus, that's the best one. Galaxy, Air Chicken, Cryoblast, also true. Okay, so those are all good answers, and we'll kind of reveal it here. Pop quiz. You all get gold stars. Here's what it is. The difference between this certain list and this certain list is a couple things. It's no Nexusing. It's no Divine Runes, and ultimately plays more generic tools inside of its kit. On top of the fact that it is, and the most important thing, hard removal deck, absolutely, it is spirit efficient. These are all the most spirit efficient cards Elestral that you can run in a wind deck and a wind package. Again, we discussed this previously that water was kind of this like outlier that could potentially run 5s and wanted to run 5s. But now these tools here offer the same advantages of a deck that's very similar to a beater strategy inside of an archetype specific mindset, right? Which is a very cool thing. I think it's a very cool design that you can do a bunch of different ways to play between like playing these strategies, right? It offers a bunch of different variations. That's the beauty of Elestrals, right? But what's the problem with that, chat? What's the problem with that, class? Excuse me, I preferred to as your government name, class. Here's the problem. This is what wind is supposed to be, no? Like the deck identity of wind is supposed to be this like nexusing, searching, hyper consistent strategy that has like a lot of really cool toolbox like stuff to it. Yeah, sure, you can splash in the more generic stuff, but ultimately overall, it's about like utilizing your Divine Rune to ultimately gain advantage over your opponent. Inside of the newest set, Daybreak from Elestrals, shopelestrals.com, by the way, you can effectively, that's effectively the game plan, utilizing Toxiswarm and Exaltair to help burn your opponent and make up for its small bodies, maybe even using Nemasail to heal back stuff, which is pretty good, right? This list can do those things if you want, I guess, but it's effectively more efficient. I'm including Nemasail, P-Gust, and P-Gust to be nice, because I just like those cards. I think they're really cool. But ultimately, this is effectively just the more generic beater strategy of wind. And I would argue is better in some cases than the other previous list, which sucks. I think what ultimately I'm getting at here is that while the other list itself is what I would consider to be a wind deck and has a higher ceiling in terms of its skill expression, in terms of its deck considerations, and in terms of its overall design and identity of a wind archetype, this list here could easily be Eddie. Exactly. This could just be Eddie in terms of Nemasail, P-Gust, and P-Gust. It could be 3 copies of Eddie, and it's a better deck. Objectively, it's a better deck and would put up more consistent result as a better deck. I would wager to argue. right? Which to me feels bad as a player, as if I want to play wind, I want to do cool wind stuff. I don't want to like, I didn't sign up for beaters again, right? The 2 ALOS is troll, but this is kind of just, again, to prove the point and kind of to feed the copium, right? Does this mean that wind loses value overall? There we go. True, absolutely. Double gold star for Helen. Yes, absolutely. That's kind of what I'm getting at. The more spirit efficient and more value centric decks ultimately are going to be more advantageous in its current position inside of Elestrals. Would you say Nexusine has a similar problem to Fusion in early Yu-Gi-Oh? It's the intent of the game designers to be this cool thing, but the payoff just isn't there when compared to its big body. I would say that's correct. Like fusioning in old school Yu-Gi-Oh went to like what, -2 or something, -3. It was something pretty crazy that that you would just go minus, right? For like effectively no payoff. And thus, you know, we enter in the design decisions to do things like more modern Yu-Gi-Oh, like branded fusion, which is an insane payoff over time, right? And that's the problem I think with Nexusine at the moment. Like its design philosophy is supposed to help increase the skill ceiling and do some really cool things that enable Elestrals of different caliber to perform. But I do think that ultimately, that in my opinion, Nexusine is the way that I think Elestrals should be and should go. But again, because of its resource system and because of Elestral's spirits being the resource system, more spirit efficient strategies will ultimately just prevail. Part of this has to do with the fact that ALS is like an enchant for a double cost act to search things. Again, that we're gonna like kind of like, you know, put that out into the water. I just want to say that right now. But ultimately speaking, it's like when I look at these two lists, these two specifically are just wildly different. But I think this one could put up more results. And again, you could replace Nemesail, P-Gust with 3 copies of Eddie, right? Oh, we yapping? What's going on, Kevin? Hello, good to see you. Everyone say hi, Kevin. Hello, welcome to class. A little bit late. A little bit late for today. I hope you brought a pencil. Test will be in a little bit. But does that make sense, everyone? Does that make sense in terms of what we're kind of discussing and talking about? Like, again, I think I could have put up Earth Nexus on this list, and Elestral's Attention, absolutely. What's going on, Tyler? Hello, good to see you. I think that's kind of the problem right now, is that I could put up something like Earth Nexus. And again, I think Earth Nexus is an exception in terms of its nexusing mechanics, similar to Thunder before it. The payoff and value for Thunder and Earth as its previous incarnations allowed it to outspeed something like Fives. But once again, I do think that Fives was the third best strategy inside of Elestrals because of its spirit efficiency and its particular matchups into those decks. However, I do think that there is room for improvement there amongst these other strategies. Wind Burn is a very competent strategy inside of set 3, especially with the new addition of Toxiswarm, which does matter. But once again, leading back to this, it just makes the most sense to be as spirit efficient as possible inside of this game. It's crazy, right? What's going on, Mizor? Hello, how's it going? Joined class, what are we learning? We are learning about the Fives dilemma. I'd hate to call it the Fives problem, because it's more of a design decision and design considerations that have to be made inside of Elestrals. We're doing some deck comparisons right now, talking about more spirit efficient wind strategy and Nexus wind, which I think are technically different, but ultimately can fit within the same design space. It makes me kind of sad that this one is, I would say right now, based off first looks, better, but that's just me. So side note, the background music is highly thematic. Thank you. I didn't plan that out, but I guess it just the universe consistently made it this way, the more chaotic megalovania, if you will, from a megalomaniac. So, do you think foretell cows are irrelevant? I think the foretell mechanic and the foretell stuff that Solar presents is, again, a really cool thing that Elestrals does, but once again, is just really expensive and spirit inefficient compared to if you just play a Solar beatdown deck, right? That's, I think, the other issues. There are a lot of decks that will have a deck identity, ultimately have those deck identities stolen by something like a beater strategy, because it's just better to do. It's just more efficient. You will have an easier time outing things, and you, again, Elestrals is an I move, you move, just like that. When I move, you move, just like that. Yo, DJ, run that back. That is how Elestrals functions, and I do think that this is no different when you're talking about things like Wind, Earth, and Solar, right? It ultimately disregard any sort of typing. Consider it more of a spirit efficiency, right? I guess that's like the crutch of my dilemma here. All right, any more questions on this too? Like going back to what we're talking about with the Yu-Gi-Oh speedrunning problem, big beaters and power spells. A lot of generic options and a lot of generic tools in both of these strategies, but effectively you can see there's not a lot of differences between these two versions of Win. They're running effectively 20 almost of these same cards with a flavor splash of whatever element type you're running. That's kind of the idea and design philosophy that I think is presenting itself inside of Elestrals currently. The best decks to do this and to utilize this is like Earth, for example, right? Because it's more efficient. Also true. It's also kind of strange. Yeah, you got a deck build around 5s in almost every list. Like how many beaters do you have? Not enough to take out engine from more 60% of beaters. I'm saying. Okay. So let's quick review before we move on. For everyone that got here a little bit late, unfortunately. Okay. So we're talking about the 5s dilemma. I'm Professor Swolax. This is me 10 years ago. This is me now. We had a recent, Elestrals is really in its new development. We had a tournament happen recently where some of its most topping lists were Big Body Beaters and Earth Nexus, the two strategies right now that are most prominent inside the meta. This is the Champions deck profile. Really cool. Love it. Talk about 5s, defining 5s, some radical 5s, some characteristics of 5s, quick overview, spirit efficient, proposing 2-for-1 value, demand a response of equal measure, and have a 5 stat. Stats are 5s in every single spirit type. Maybe the intent or design decision behind a 5, again, defensive or offensive tool, versus how the players actually play it, which is in both cases, and oftentimes using the generic tools available, again, the power spells, to make a strong deck, right? I mean, effectively, this is Arcturus is another radical 5, like Mustation before it. It's a bad card, but it's still a 5 in some way, in my heart. Some examples of 5s, talking about 5s in terms of what they do now and how strong they are. And again, now we're back to the Yu-Gi-Oh problem and the deck decisions and deck building of Elestrals in terms of its spirit types and how that is ultimately, in my opinion, harmful to deck identity. Let me get some more water. Strong vodka. All right. So what is there to do about this? You know, we've discussed the 5s problem, what are 5s, and the context in which we live in, right? We didn't fall out of a coconut tree. Remember to hydrate, class, absolutely. Womp womp. Listen. Okay. I just want to put this out there. This is something that I hear people talk about a lot. Let me know if my microphone goes all funky, by the way. That's something that happens. This is a crazy portion to me, right? People say like, oh, we need to put in floodgates into Elestrals. This is a big jump scare to anyone that's watching this. I disagree. I think floodgates are a terrible idea. I think it's a terrible idea to put in floodgates inside of a game. That is ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. I've heard people say, Floodgate, you need gravity bind in Elestrals. That would work. That would fix it. Why would I ever want that? Let's go over the pros and cons, or pros and considerations specifically, not cons and as a negative. Here we go. Can often present the quickest solution that immediately sees effect on deck building. That's absolutely true. Decks that want to be counter 5s would ultimately run 5s as a sideboard or a main deck option. Direct counter to the deck that targets it, that makes sense. Of course, it's a direct response and it's a direct reactionary response to those cards. I don't like that though. I think that's not as efficient and also creates a band-aid solution ultimately. And if not floodgates, elemental tools that could provide different forms of deck building requiring concessions. This is the balance. I actually do think this is actually kind of cool. And this goes into the tools category. Again, if not a floodgate, could we have some elemental tools like Cryoblast, I think is actually kind of a neat little consideration, that would have to, that would be diluting the card pool on some level. Now, this also would mean that decks would have to be built differently and potentially could even hurt strategies, which I think kind of sucks. But due to the resource system and under these considerations, you might run the potential that 5s can still use these tools. See Mystic Mine and turn to page 394. Mystic Mine was a card inside of Yu-Gi-Oh! If you guys do not remember, that was extremely prevalent inside of, I want to say, up until 2021, ever since it came out in like late 2018, early 2019. The problem with Mystic Mine ultimately, I think, is that like decks that could also run Mystic Mine could take advantage of Mystic Mine, right? Sky Strikers is one that I think comes to mind. There's 3 dinosaur lists that also did the same thing too. That ultimately could play Mystic Mine, close out the opponent, and deter them from playing the game almost in its entirety, and then turn it off when they wanted to. And because of Elestrals' unique resource system, that effectively means the same thing for like a 5 strategy and other decks that could be running this floodgate. Any sort of floodgate or tool that you give that is lingering on the board, you can siphon for stuff like invoked runes, right? I think that's also kind of the unfortunate part. So while in Yu-Gi-Oh! The balance technically there was like, yeah, you'd still have to draw the out to the Mystic Mine and then turn on your game plan. In Elestrals, you have to see one invoke rune and siphon, and there you go. Now you turned off the ability. So you can even have a 5s or big bodies deck still use these tools and use them more effectively than a deck that would be running it against the 5s. I can very much see a hybrid case being used there, which I think is very scary. Now, any tool you give to 5s, you also could be making them like wisps, follow the wisps. It's a fire. Don't poke the bear, cryoblast, and make them not as generic. Make them a little more make them a little more considerate towards the deck decisions. Again, that's like kind of the unfortunate portion, is that you do want to have your players really think about what they're building, which I think is kind of unfortunate, right? Yes, you do run the risk there too of giving 5s and these beater strategies those generic tools, and they might as well just make the spirit concession, but that also makes the management so much harder. Now, at the top level of play, that management means a lot less, to be fair, because generally those cards those players are going to be managing their spirits more efficiently. But still, if you're diluting the card pool enough to where you have conflicting elements that don't necessarily offer that much advantage, then maybe that's also a case, right? I think right now, having the cards that we do have, again with a small card pool, this is actually not that great. But you'd have to also have it be an invoked or a counter rune or something like that. You can't have it be an Elestral. I bring up the examples of Raiceros, Galaxy, or Lavalith as examples of cards that would be counters towards this type of strategy, and I do not think they're efficient. This is particularly because there is a massive amount of removal that typically check these cards on the board. Raiceros is just okay, and it's still very small, so the summoning sickness that Raiceros can provide effectively goes away the next turn if you yourself don't have an answer to your opponent's 5 or 5 body. God forbid you also wasted a turn losing value, get an Earthquake, and now you're having to respond to their 5 with your counter rune. That sucks. Is Specteris not included here for a reason? Yeah, I think Specteris is a decent card to run into 5s, but ultimately if you're running like a 5 stat, it just crashes with that 5, right? I could be wrong. Yes, Specteris checks things like Galaxy and Viscerous, but that's like, that's okay. Plus, Specteris is a 5 in its own right, so there's that. Like, using the deck's tools against it effectively means that you're just going 5v5s. Unless I'm wrong there. Again, that's the consideration of why aren't people playing Cryoblast and Specteris, because if you give a mouse a cookie deck building, if you're playing this thing, why not play this thing? Why not play this thing, right? Galaxy is a good example of that, where it's like Galaxy ultimately is a check on things like the Water 5s and Water 5s as a whole. Things like Eddie don't really stand up if it's a 1 attack, you know what I'm saying? However, Galaxy is like a problem that presents itself in the form that there are direct counters inside of Galaxy. Once again, things like Specteris checks the Galaxy. Things like Earthquake or Spot Removal check the Galaxy. Things like another Galaxy, the Spot checks the Galaxy. There's just a lot of counters to it, right? Which it just means that it's ineffective as a silver bullet. And silver bullets are not usually good, right? It's crazy. Yeah, every deck that runs Earthquake is Earth. Absolutely, that's true. I think that's a non-productive way of looking at it, but you can say that if you'd like. I think, again, the ETC here should cover whatever. These are just examples of things that in theory can counter 5s, but ultimately I think are ineffective as counters to 5s, because at that point you should just be running 5s. And I also argue too that any deck that is currently playing anything right now should be running Earthquake as well, and or Laurels or Removal, right? That's kind of what I'm saying there. To kind of prove the point further that that every deck is running, should be running, and has to run every single generic tool possible to combat the meta. Moving on from Floodgates and Tools. I do not like this option, but it is an option that is available, which is unfortunate. Swords of Light Effect? Potentially, right? This is another portion that I think is actually important for design consideration is make 5s feel special. We all want that, right? Specifically, I think that, and we have the Goodest Boy as an example of our cute little Necruff. Make 5s less in the card pool as a whole. I think that every single spirit typing having the 5 is cool as an idea, but ultimately I think is just not as like it's just kind of fine, right? Like it is what it is. But I think that if 5s were exclusive to, let's say, just 3 Necruff, then would we really be complaining about 5s as a whole? No, because other decks and other spirit types would potentially be conglomerated together to make a different type of deck, right? Like if thing is different, thing is different. But what I'm getting at here is that I think there's just a lot of really strong bodies across Elestrals, and that creates kind of the problem. It's not special to be a 5. It's you just exist as a strong body. And the fact that it's not unique to any spirit type means that you ultimately run into the problem, right? Less 5s in the pool as well make it easier to play against and play into, right? Again, we talked about counters a little bit ago and talked about how if you have a specific 5s, and again, in a non-changing card pool, 5s as a strategy gets very telegraphed and very predicted. The meta could change, in fact, and sideboarding can get a lot easier. But right now, there are maybe a few tools that mass check 5s, but as a whole, there are just few and far between tools that just ultimately help deal with the 5s problem. Again, as 5s also expands, then you have to consider those new tools into the meta, which I think just complicates things further. So it also means that the second portion of making 5s feel special or a little more infrequent allows for other cards and decks to develop game plans that don't feel like they're going down the 5s pipeline. Again, let me go ahead and refer back to the slides between the Wind Nexus strategy and the Wind Beater strategy. It feels like this is a direct relation to the pipeline, the 5s pipeline. Again, to give a mouse a cookie deck building, if you are playing these cards, why not just play 3 copies of Storelight? It's really good into most counter runes. Why not just play 3 copies of Galaxy? It's a spirit efficient removal, right? Like, yeah, sure, Elishik's good, but why not just run 3 Zeus? Because it's better and it's going to be more advantageous to you, right? The reason why you're playing these cards is because you want to do those things. It's not because it's better, right? Like objectively. And same thing, right? We're kind of just following down that pipeline of 5s. We're not actually doing anything new here. And I think that's kind of the problem, is that the decks that are currently trapped into and the overall card pool and design pool of Elestrals is stuck behind not being able to develop the game plan of the deck's identities, right? This is also kind of a problem. So for the consideration here, I listed down conflicting design with the core concepts of Elestrals, right? Core concept here, spirits love each other, right? Elestrals is made to be combined. It's made to have different elements work together and separately. That's awesome. That's really, really cool. But unfortunately, and I'll just read this one word for word, deck identities get hard to design that don't just inherently make a more generic strategy infinitely more powerful. To expand on that thought, the idea is that certain decks have a hard time identifying what exactly they want to be, right? That's kind of like hard to do because you do want to present different players with different strategies. I think of Thunder and I think of the Phosphocell line, right? Really cool idea. But at the end of the day, it's like when you're talking about, especially on the competitive landscape, does that fit within the Thunder strategy, or is it just literally a new way to play Thunder or a different way to play Thunder? Once again, that's That's fine. That can exist. Those things can exist. But what you run into the problem is that there will be a best way to play fives on a competitive level, or fives. Wow, I'm getting five-brained. Like Thunder on a competitive level, versus like the actual identity of what the actual strategy and game plan of the deck wants to do. MBT has a good phrase about calling these game plan decks, and effectively what is the overall concession that these decks are making to make way for a Earth Nexus is the game plan, right? One, have its spirits on the board and put down big bodies and gain advantage with the Nexus strategy. Thunder, as before, wanted to take away cards with Spark It, and then also wanted to help to gain massive advantage from off of Astrobit with those Nexusing tools, right? And that's, I think, was a somewhat of a core identity to the Thunder strategy in itself. But right now, inside of Elestrals, I can't actually tell you the essential identity of a deck. This is a larger, again, like not design flaw, but just kind of a design quirk of Elestrals. Because everything is made to be both synergistic and, conflicting, you do run into the problem to where if you, for example, allow decks to develop more game plans that aren't just like strong bodies, you do end up isolating certain portions of Elestral's design philosophy. Right? Does that make any sense? I feel like this is maybe a little bit of yapping. We're yapping a little bit on this point, but my idea here that I'm trying to get across is that while I think this is a good solution overall, this is a harder consideration to think about. It takes a lot more planning, a lot more time, and it's just like when I look at a fire deck and I think, what is fire? What's the deal with fire? How can I explain fire to people? I don't really get anywhere with that, right? On some level. On some level, it doesn't really like change much, right? Let's check this sound. We're kind of rounding to the other portion of this. Give me one moment. Boop boop. Boop boop. Oh, this is perfect. There we go. There we go. Equilinks and Kimio are essentially it. Exactly. That's actually a really good portion of it, right? Like the Nexus cards are supposed to be like the identities of the deck. And that's a great way of thinking about it, right? Where it's like Aphoros is like it's a weak card in terms of stats, and its Nexusing mechanic is supposed to play off of something like Poseidon. Again, the first base set of Elestrals is fairly well designed in terms of its deck core identities, and as we've expanded the game, we've been introducing more and more like identities to the pool. But I think overall, it's just kind of getting mixed up in the fact that there is now just a lot more generic tools that those element identities are giving us, right? But that's a perfect example where it's like the Nexusing cards are supposed to, or at least they look like or seem to be like the identity of the strategy in their own spirit types, respectively. So, right now too, I think Elestrals does struggle with the fact that all decks have similar tools. There's Volcaries, there's Vulgaries, there's Tectaris, and while those cards are really inconsequential, but they do kind of effectively highlight the thing where it's like you're kind of just filling out the gaps of where these decks have similarities, right? I personally think that maybe the first year has been designed to give a baseline to every deck and introduce the new spirit types. Like hopefully year 2 will focus on more specific focused stats. Also true. Also a good point. It is important to know that this is also a lot of groundwork stuff and very early game like problems. Again, a lot of these issues and a lot of these things with Elestrals are more of a like has to be considered and has to be figured out, lest we just go into big body, big beaters for a while, right? Next proposed solution: make fives do less. Yeah, small card pool, good stuff. Let's rise up. Absolutely, that's also true. Yes and no, actually. I think that's true, but also you do have to have careful consideration of the designs of the cards, because like if you have a large card pool, but like there's no the cards that in theory would be powerful, quote unquote, are not efficient or not effective, people will just go back to old card pool or use the new cards to help bolster the good stuff list, right? Again, it goes back to deck identity stuff. We are literally speed running Yu-Gi-Oh design problems with archetypes. Archetypes were effectively a solution to the good stuff deck building, and that they had to move over time. They had to change how they thought about designing archetypes to fit within a certain theme. And is it more efficient to do that for the deck's win con and win strategy? Or is it just better to play a generic beater list with generic tools? Right? That's the design consideration that Yu-Gi-Oh had to go into. Every card game that has Spirit has different types has to go into. And specifically, Elestrals is actually currently facing too, right? Like, even if the card pool is massive, it doesn't matter if there's not an archetypal. There's not an archetype to differentiate itself, right? Deck identity and design identity is very important. Very, very important. So there's that. Anyways, consideration we're talking about here is make 5s do less. Sounds very interesting, right? 5s are strong offensive or defensive tools, but don't have to do your laundry too. I think this is a very, very apt statement, right? Sorlet instead of set 1 to me is an example of an overtuned 5. This is a card to me that screams, I'm a big body, and I can almost always ensure that this big body lands. Oh, just hit my desk. Lands, sticks, and can accomplish its goal of beating over something. That's a cool idea in theory, but in practice, what it allows you to do is effectively create an Elestral that just does more than maybe it's intended to be, which is a big body, right? To me, that's maybe a little bit of overtuning. And it's a consideration that Sorlet is like still kind of the weaker end of that, right? Like think about it in the way of like Astrabbit. Yeah, Astrabbit's a good one. Where on a core level, it's supposed to be a strong defensive tool. However, what ends up happening is that Astrabbit becomes now a difficult hurdle to cross that exacerbates the problem even further of advantage, where you are losing advantage even more the less you deal with it, right? Yeah, it doesn't mean that when you define a 5 in such a way where it also includes Warmite. Kind of, right? Like Warmite is the balance there because the stat is wrong, right? Like Warmite being the radical 5, and we'll get into this point in a few seconds, but making 5s do less is not specifically something that is like that you can't have in a vacuum. I actually just want to point that out there. So the last two solutions are kind of like the last 3 solutions here kind of go hand in hand. Making 5s feel special, meaning there's potentially less 5s, making those 5s do less, and then also the last one is we'll talk about that in a second, is you also have to bolster other cards to create incentive. But going back to the Sorlet point, 5s don't have to do everything, right? They don't have to do your laundry. They can just be a big body. Again, I point back to Necruff, where Necruff's burn 1 spirit if it destroys an Elestral by battle is a very inconsequential effect. So the trade-off of it being just a big body is completely fine. Sorlet, though, yeah, it can out lavalith. Why? And again, maybe this is a little bit of complaining at this portion, but I kind of just want to point out that this is a future-proofing problem, that cards with these large stats and low commitment don't need to do everything, right? But right now, definitely feels like they could be. I want to make the comparison of Sorlet, a chain position 5 stat Elestral, with its 2 counterparts, Mudword, Eddy, and Mudlet. I think these 2 cards propose effectively the same philosophy idea of Sorlet, a decently statted body that can hit over things, that changes positions, but ultimately accomplishes different things inside of decks, even as generic tools. Again, I want to stress that. There is risk-reward with these 2 cards comparatively to its Sorlet counterpart. The reason why is because Sorlet is a low-commit, high-value card that can typically convert itself into more value, and or it is effectively presenting a larger, how to put this? Let me turn on this thought real quick. Mr. Locks, don't want to be argumentative, but since you got the tenure, it feels like you've been phoning it in. Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't understand. Storlet over Eddie. Yes. That's the point. Jayax got it. What do you mean? Yeah. I think that's the point I'm getting at here. Right? Yeah. No. Again, they serve different purposes. Jack doesn't understand, oh, how Storlet is better than Eddie. Oh, okay. No. There are different forms of the same problem. But there's at least some risk reward with something like Eddie versus Storlet, is what I'm trying to get at. Absolutely. Sorry to misunderstand. That's effectively what I'm trying to say, and that if that's correct. To further this point a little bit, what I'm trying to get at is that Storlet is a low commitment Elestral that offers high value with its stats and also its effects. It also doesn't even matter if it has effects because of those high stats. Conversely, stuff like Eddie and Mudlet almost guarantee themselves as utility pieces to be enchanted properly, which once again lends to careful deck considerations in terms of spirits you want to include, these cards and their quantities, and then also their stat lines. Eddie is a very, very powerful card. I also think that Eddie might even be more powerful than something like Mudlet because Storlet, because effectively the 4 stat on it allows it to get over most things and out a lot of different bodies. And it has the additional effect of the rock and the hard place shenanigans. Let's just put that out there. It's also tsunami immune, and typically is immune to poison tipped arrow against a rabbit because it can just effectively trade, and that's what you're doing is proposing a 2-for-1 value, right? Yeah, I'm not saying strong card bad, right? Like it's just like that, right? Is Arcturus low commitment? It can be. It could also be very high commitment. Mustation is also fairly low commitment, but again, that's a balance. I think those cards are ultimately like another consideration to be made in terms of the idea. Plus, I mean, picking those 2 things specifically, like it sounds like you just don't think that they are, which is okay. But to me, and personally, I think they are still fairly low commitment in terms of how they're used in use. Arcturus is much higher in terms of its risk reward than something like Storlet, because of its stats. Mustation's pretty similar too, right? I'm not even saying that. Mudlet, I think, is the perfect form of the Eddie type card, by the way. In the form that it is low enough stats to where it might not even get over everything, so it even increases its utility cost. And you almost always have to ensure that it's properly enchanted to get any sort of value. Eddie can still be a 4/1 and be a thunder enchant. Elechick be damned, right? Elechick is really, really good as a thunder, but can work really well as a water too. But that's kind of what I'm saying here, is that I think that there is less risk reward factors when considering something like Storlet compared to Eddie and Mudlet, other than obviously the fact that it has lower stats. But that's the point though. And that's what I'm trying to get at, is I think there's a little more consideration as the player as to where I want to play these cards and use these cards as generic tools. But I think it's a no-brainer that if you see a 5 body that has the option to also be a utility piece, that seems equally strong. But these 2 cards present, I think, the main core of what I think 5s can do really well, or bodies like this can do really well, where they are utility pieces that, again, have to ensure they're properly enchanted, meaning that the counterplay options are much more varied, and also they can accomplish their main goal of being just good removal. I don't know. Maybe I'm going crazy with that one. You guys let me know. Again, I do think Mudlet is the perfect form of Eddie. I think Eddie is still a little too strong for it. Again, the 4 body, and it's immune to tsunami, but I can let that go. These are also fairly low commitment too, I just want to say that. But again, the considerations of the stats and spirit typing come into play as more interesting design decisions to me that offer much more risk reward than anything to do with the 5 body. I don't have to properly enchant Lumaru. It's just big. Nekruff, I don't have to enchant with Nekruff too. It's just big. And maybe that's okay. But the idea I'm getting at is that Storlet provides additional support, and it's big. Exactly. No, Light Echo, you actually get the point. I think Eddie is a really bad example here since it's so strong a 4 body, it makes it clear almost everything in the way that a 3 would have him struggle with to get over in stats. Absolutely. I think that's exactly what I'm getting at too, is that the stats matter and the element type matters. And the fact that there are clear, concise counterplays to this. Mudlet is really affected by Tsunami, Poison Tipped Arrow, Gorgons, and Shield, technically. Eddie effectively works around 3 or 4 of those with little effects onto something like Gorgons, even the most powerful counter rune in the game. That's wild, right? That's crazy. So to that end, yeah, we have to make 5 bodies do less, but I think we also have to fix 2s and 3s. Like, I think P-Gust is the perfect example of a 2 and 3 body. This little guy is adorable, but also is the perfect example of a utility card that offers a different type of Elestral that, let me phrase this. The value that P-Gust provides has nothing to do with its stats, but its stats are a consideration as it's just kind of small. Whereas a first turn P-Gust against an Astrabbit is pretty decent play because Astrabbit can't inherently beat over the P-Gust, allowing your opponent to decide if they want to potentially Poison Tipped Arrow, meaning they trade a 2 for 1. Maybe they also Earthquake the P-Gust, which some of you are saying, wow, never Earthquake a P-Gust. The point is that the option is there, and the option is that like P-Gust does present those interesting like risk rewards that we keep on talking about, right? And that's kind of the problem, is that P-Gust is like a really good example of how I kind of want to see cards developed in the 2 and 3 category. Mudlet as well. Mudlet's a really good example of this, where you have to ensure to get its proper value that it's properly enchanted, and it also fits within a concise game plan the deck wants to achieve. Again, I put it here, right? Where it's by proxy. Making 2s and 3s worth it means that players are incentivized rather than punished for playing weak cards. There's a risk-reward evaluations for every deck and its inclusions, right? 5s are special because they're big and they can potentially provide something that no other deck offers, but they don't need to do everything. They don't need to also do your laundry, right? Like, how do they fit into their deck identity other than the fact that they're just big? And maybe they don't. I don't know. But the fact that these smaller Elestrals, typically on average, I think, are just better designed because they have to be. They have to be better designed based off of just necessity. They are smaller and thus they have to do more. I think we need to have more of that. I think that's crazy, right? The problem is too is that 4s also present an interesting design decision. Like, how strong do we make each tier of stat, right? That's the trade-off. And to me, that is a very interesting decision that I would love to see more of. Again, P-Gust is, I think, a base example. Mudlet's another great example. Kinleo is also a pretty good example, right? A card that destroys another card in the field based off Nexusing, but it's ultimately a 3 body, so it's incredibly weak. So there is just a lot of consideration to be playing in it there. Like, right now, I can see a deck from Fire that doesn't really even play Kinleo, which is fine. That's completely cool to do. But then why is Kinleo there in consideration? Like, what is the risk reward incentive of playing Kinleo other than the fact that it's an Earthquake that I can just summon and waste my normal on, right? But yeah. Also, the trade-off between 5 attack and 5 defense matters. The total stats, etc. 5s do too much, but what's the line between 5-2 and 5-1? Also true. I don't believe that that argument actually coheres. I think a handful of things you are saying are actually in contradiction. Partially. Again, these are more considerations than actual like points. And again, this is more of a discussion than anything else. Again, this is not end all be all here. I just want to point that out. Maybe I should have pointed that out in the first hand, but more just I think that my opinion on it is that I think that oftentimes we are seeing in this game right now, the 5s do much more than their intended use. And I would love to see the lower half of that present a incentive for players to play them versus just, it doesn't do enough. Right, even P-Gust, as much as I love P-Gust, doesn't really do enough. I could cut P-Gust entirely in that example wind list I put, and the deck changes nothing. But I like the consideration that I could use P-Gust in the wind list to do things that I think the deck could do. I have no well enough Elestrals, so maybe it's completely wrong, but I feel like chat right now is focusing on the current meta versus card design and the whole with their replies. Agreed. I think that's also very true. like in terms of where we're at right now with fives. Again, this is more of like a future decision of how I think the cards are designed versus, like, again, it's all about the risk reward. If you want to boil it down to that, like, what is the incentive or disincentive of playing these cards? And the answer is there's not a lot of considerations I have to make right now. And that's the problem as well, to me. But I do think, though, that that Siberian is probably going to hit me with, like, something insane I'm going to have to read over, so I'm preparing myself. But does this make sense? Like, I'm not complaining about the tournament. And again, I started out this discussion by saying I also don't want to take away from Jayak's, like, win. I think Jayak played super well, very heads up deck. And I also think that, like, overall, like, that deck's sweet. I love fives. I think fives is really cool. And I played a lot of fives inside of set 1 and considered it for set 2. But the problem that I'm seeing right now is that, like, where do we go from fives? Right? Where is the benefit of playing anything that's not fives? And the answer is there's not, unless it's spirit efficient enough and the game plan is concise enough to where it's not just, it's where it's just better to play fives. I don't know if I said that correctly, actually. But the point of it is that, like, Earth right now is the only deck I would consider to have a concise game plan that's spirit efficient enough to not only contest a 5 deck, but also to do the thing it wants to do. You know, like, that seems very apparent, but if I'm missing something, like, let me know. Cards benefit in element splashing rather than being versatile, but doing so much risks elements being splashable. Yeah, Earth Nexus is 5s. I also agree. Yes, Earth Nexus is also 5s. Like, the worst hands in Earth are still 5s. Again, it leads me into, like, that kind of similar conclusion that, like, Earth Nexus is, as a game plan, exists, but it also is very heavy 5s dependent. AKA, like, you know, Ma Station, the Viserys, the Astro Rabbit inclusion. Like, yeah, right? Like, that's, even the deck that is not 5s is still 5s, which is crazy. That's a little insane to me. Not, like, insane, but, like, you know, Elachik is also a 5, right? We talked about the radical 5s, right? I do think, again, and we talked about this before, the core design philosophy of Elestrals of combining and splashing the element types together comes into contradiction here, right? Fire Nexus is a fun contradiction. Like, do you have a list? Fire Nexus is a fun little contradiction. Do you have a list that you like from that? I don't, actually. I've seen a few, like, Fire Nexus lists, but they've all been unsatisfactory. Maybe because they just don't feel like they do enough. There's one Fire Nexus list that does a lot of the Argo stuff, but it's just not spirit efficient enough to where I can really consider it to be like, oh, this is great, right? I don't know. Yeah. Could you theoretically have a specific amount of spirits to play X card? I guess I'm maybe missing what do you mean? Theoretically have a specific amount of spirits to play X card. Oh, like, for if you have a card that says you can only, if you have Vertilith. Vertilith is like, if you have 4 less spirits than your opponent, then they can do that. So there's that. Ring ring. Am I getting a call from Siberian? I am getting a call from Siberian. Okay, hold on, chat. Hold on. Hello? Incoming. Hey. Oh, hey. Incoming call, chat. Hey, Siberian. Hey, chat, can you guys hear Siberian?
Hello, chat. Guest lecturer Siberian is
Absolutely.
in the hall. They cannot hear Siberian. Yeah, they can hear Siberian. Okay.
Tyrus just trolling. Okay, what's up?
Whatever. Like, maybe I'm not grasping precisely the issue that you're raising, or, like, the dilemma that you're raising.
Mm-hmm.
So, for the record, I don't think there is this need to be overly diplomatic about it. If you think there is an issue with game design, you can call it an issue. We are not going to call the Pinkerton on your house because you criticize the game.
True.
We can't afford them. It's the main issue.
That's very fair. I guess I'm not necessarily tiptoeing around calling it a problem either, because I think, because I do just firmly believe it's not like an issue. I think it's fine. It's more of like, I think there's a consideration that has to be made, and it presents for an interesting discussion, I guess, is more of the general gist of it versus calling it like it's an issue, like everyone be aware. So
the main issue I'm picking with your argument is precisely your classification of the radical fives, right?
Oh yeah,
because
like, what
on
is a five?
one end, you're saying that any card that can, in essence, any card that can force a trade, right, is a 5.
Yeah, on some level, sure.
Elchik is a 5 because Elchik gets Zeus or Demeter, kill over that guy. Now you have the Elchik, and they have to deal with what's left on the board. What else? War Might or whatever is a 5.
Yeah.
But then later on, you go on to complain, or not to complain, to raise the issue, or
very true.
That the issue with the 5s is that they can be splashed too easily, so they are problematic when they are misenchanted, like with the Beautiful Pig or whatever the name is.
Correct. Yeah.
Like those things don't go together, right? If it's the issue with a proliferation of 5s, clearly the issue is not with the radical 5s. The issue is with the stat line 5, the type of card that you slam on board, and even if you don't do anything else, they're all holding on the fort.
Yeah, no, I think that's actually a good distinction to make too, right? And maybe that's also on me for not flatting that out, but I do agree. I think that again, the plain stat 5 like Sorlet is a really good example of a card that I don't really care if it's like enchanted or not, but I can enchant it and get a lot more value than something like Necrof, right? However, I do the consideration of like War Might being a radical 5, right? Is that it does still matter if it's enchanted or not, right? And it's on the lower end of spectrum. I do want to point that out, that the lower the stat goes, absolutely the consideration is less.
But then it's not just it's just a good card, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Is your argument? Oh no, there are good cards.
No.
There are both issues, but they aren't the same issue.
The issue I think that those cards present in themselves is spirit efficient tools that ultimately decks that also can pair with like the 5 strategies can utilize against decks that ultimately don't have those tools or can't play those tools, right? Like that's. And again, I have really no big issue with the radical sides of 5s. I think the radical sides of 5s offer a lot more consideration than something that's just a base stat 5.
Yeah, of course. We agree there. It's good when there are when you have to make sacrifices in deck building.
Yeah, and it's more a commitment to even consider those as a whole versus just play them. I guess my issue I really have little issue with the radical 5. In fact, I actually put those more into like this 2 and 3 category. Really, 4s are outside the scope. 4s are fucked. They present a whole other issue.
So we stop the game from being jamming F beats with generic removal spells. Well, we banned the removal spells. I would wager. No, I think that well, no, I'm joking. I don't know if we are there. Is what I'm asking. Is what I'm presenting, because well, aside from you said Hurt is a 5s deck. How did the Hurt go from basically only Josh can make it work to the best deck if it didn't receive new 5s, right? It got Madlet.
Yeah, I mean,
which is an interactive piece.
Right. I think that's, and I don't know if I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but it's like, I think that Earth presents I actually get like Earth and Thunder, right? Earth and Thunder were the previous 2 Nexus decks that had some sort of a deck identity that also presented a spirit efficient way to deal with decks, right? And not to deal with 5s specifically, just kind of overall, but 5s were there too. Whereas like, I think the problem is that Earth right now is probably a really strong strategy that can counter 5s effectively because it has a similar counter, when I move, you move, right? It forces interactions similar to 5s and also has the added benefit of its Nexus mechanic of Equilinks and its card pool of Mudlet, stuff like that, the new inclusions of Mudlet, to make those interactions worthwhile. It's not as spirit efficient because it's not direct 1-for-1s trade. Sometimes it's 2-for-1s typically, but it's effectively, Jayak pointed out, it's effectively still just 5s as a game plan, just with the added benefit of having its extra identity to it. Versus 5s is just the conglomerate, which maybe that is the identity.
I think that Jayak was going against what you were saying in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
So, the main thing I wanted to bring up was that at a certain point you mentioned that the 2 and 3s are better designed than fives because they are allowed to do more. I think that the issue that me and you and everyone in chat can both agree is that a 5 stat in itself makes the card really strong.
Yeah, like you mean the inherent existence of the 5 on the card.
If a
makes
card
it strong.
has a 5 attack, it's really strong, independently on what's on the card text.
Correct.
And because of the pace of the game at the moment and the tools that other decks have at the moment, it is possible just playing a 5 every turn outpaces what other decks are playing.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. One thing I would say that there is maybe the other decks are just bad. Right?
True.
The other decks, we need if people are building decks that can't outpace a 5 a turn, then those decks just don't have the correct tools to be playable. And
I can somewhat agree. That's like, I guess the problem with the wind example I brought up previously is that it's kind of sad from a player perspective that certain cards or certain deck types ultimately are just less good from the design. Like, right? Like I use this example a lot with when talking to like the Knots, where it's like, you know, Smash Brothers, if anyone plays that in the chat. Melee and Smash 4, I think, are drastically different games for one reason. Very similar to Yu-Gi-Oh! Where it's like, you know, the worst characters on those tier lists could never beat like the top tiers, ideally, because their kit is bad. Their tools they have available are just bad. Versus in Melee, there's enough generic options, and also each character presents an interesting like balance of their own kit to potentially contest top tiers, right? And that's and that I think is like the issue is that, and to your point, even if half jokingly, it's like, you know, if the deck doesn't have a good kit to it, yeah, maybe it's not worth considering, but that still feels bad.
Yeah. So like to give an overview of what I'm trying to say. First off, I do disagree with the notion. Like at a certain point, when you were describing the 2s and 3s, it felt like you were saying that they were better designed because they were weaker cards. If we lower the power level of 5s, there is going to be a next strata of the best cards that are going to be there.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
So like like the better designed card isn't the weaker card. That's an equivocation that a lot of competitive players make.
Correct. Yeah.
Like, cards can be strong. Not just cards can be strong. Cards can be powerful and exciting, and still like that doesn't impact on their how goodly designed they were, if that's a thing that can be measured even.
Yeah.
Also, yes, I do this. Like, I don't like when every deck gets to do everything, right? That's a thing that Yu-Gi-Oh does a lot, where decks can you can play the aggro control mid-range combo deck, and that's what deck did I describe right now? Every deck is like that. That's not interesting to me. I do think that decks should have concrete weaknesses and strengths, and you can't be, if you are weak in a spot, side it out. That's what the side deck is for.
Agreed. Yeah, that's like
for example,
the risk reward side of things, right?
Yeah. Wind is all kind of wimpy, but gets to toolbox it out. If you have elves on your board, which I think that a big understated problem is actually lavalith. Lavalith goes everywhere, is really big, and why would you play a divine rune in a universe where lavalith exists? I think that beyond 5s, lavalith alone is a problem that people aren't concentrating about because they want to they're obsessed with the number 5 right now.
No, and I think that's a good point to bring up too, is that there are, again, pretty multi-layered. There's a lot of issues with like certain cards being effectively gatekeeping strategies and decks from progressing with whatever, again, they want to accomplish, because it's just like the question of why would you do it at all, because it won't work, right? Effectively, it'll just be broken immediately, which again, it is not necessarily an issue if that's what we're going for, but I propose the feel that it just feels bad. Like
I agree. There is a very little risk compared to the reward, but to bring it back to set 1, right? Let's go throwback.
Yeah.
Is there a word there? Do we actually have like if we remove lavalith from the picture, if we allow decks to play with divine runes and to get more advantage out of those synergies, and don't completely nick up Nexus decks, is the payoffs of 5s actually on the same level with the payoffs of another deck of Hurt and God forbid, Thunder and Frost and Water?
That's a good
because
like consideration, right?
That's my idea. And what was I thinking about? Yeah, if 5s gets modified in such a way where the cards are good even if they are misenchanted, the issue goes away, then that's not 5 anymore. If we are playing like Water Beats becomes a significantly different deck than 5s, right? If you are you said a Jayak deck is just 5s. I don't know if I agree with that.
I mean, it's pretty close.
Yeah, like, but if one of the big issues you have with 5 is that every 5 is interchangeable, the only thing that matters is the stat line. Being enchanted or misenchanted makes no difference. If the deck is instead built in such a way where it requires every card to be properly enchanted, then much of the issue that makes 5 a dual and an interesting deck both to pilot and to go against starts to be alleviated.
I guess that end too, it's like, again, to kind of make a bigger differential, it's like, obviously there are some risk reward with certain cards, but I think those are few and far between from what we've been seeing inside of from what, as far as I've been seeing in terms of the progression of Elestrals, right? Like, I think it's more commonly that we'll see something like Hoodat's Water 5s as a piloted deck versus something like Jayax. Like, Jayax does have to make some decisions and some concessions. Like, I think that, again, put that very well. And there are some sequencing things you have to do. But I will say, though, that still is effectively the same philosophy of big number trade value, which maybe is, again, the deck identity. But the main issue I have with that is that it seems like a deck that can still choose to go. It can still choose to not fit in, I guess, like those boxes and those restrictions of a spirit type or a deck identity, and then still get rewarded for it. Right, which maybe is a cool idea. I don't know, but it's
maybe, but like it's so the matter isn't whether or not the divines are good against 5. Sorry, I'm splitting my attention between you and chat.
Versus chat. Yeah. The divines, I think, are
the matter isn't whether or not the divines are good against 5. The matter is whether or not being able to play the divines unlocks all the Nexus synergies and all the Spirit Bank stuff that allows your deck to actually enable its game plan. Like, if actually with a divine on board, you can play your game plan deck and go beyond, like, 5 low risk, low reward, or like at the moment 5 is a low risk, medium reward deck, but with a card like Lavalith in the game, it gets to lower the reward of other decks, but to the point where it goes over them. I'm wondering whether if we remove Lavalith, we get to, please explain how Poseidon Edge beat 5s. Well, with the overwhelming card advantage that Atheros affords you, of course.
I think that's also like, well, I'll put a pin in the lavalith thing because I think actually that's a good question to have. But it's the
Swanlax add me to this call. Oh, okay.
God damn it, Kevin. All right, one sec. Real quick before he pops in here and rails us. The thing that, like, with the Poseidon thing actually brings up a good point that I think, again, is kind of what I was getting at earlier too with the risk reward portion of the design is the spirit, like, the cost of the spirit's worth what's actually going on, and does it actually do anything or progress the game or state, to which that it's not, again, just better to do set a guy that's big, swing, right? I think Earth does do that currently, partially because it can take advantage of the tools that 5s has. But something like Water Nexus, I think, unless you're playing a specific version of Water Nexus, it's like the Poseidon plus the Aepharos plus that, it's a lot of setup and time, so pacing issues, and then also spirit issues. That's a lot of spirits. And it's like, oh, you've done the same thing that I could have done with a Nog and a big guy. right?
Like, it's different than Nog because obviously it's repeatable, right?
That too.
And you get to do that in addition to the Nog. It's not one or the other. If you get to Nog and Aferos, of course, you're generating more advantage than just the Nog or just the Aferos.
Well, let me add Kevin here. Send friend request. I'd send a friend request to you before adding. Siberian,
I love friends.
Hello.
Oh, okay.
Kevin, are you streaming? There we go. Hello.
To answer your question, no, I'm not streaming right now.
Okay. Hello, chat. We have a secret third lecturer here. Wait, let me just pull up.
It is I, Principal Coder. How
This
can I
is
help
not
you?
just an debate class. What do we want to do debate about?
Bro, it's not a debate thing, okay? This argument about the divine runes does not have it has very little to do with this argument with the fives problem, because the only divine runes that do literally anything to fives are Zeus and Demeter.
What's the fives problem? Is the fives problem that there is a deck that only plays fives, or that there is the stat playing fives exists?
The problem with fives is that a 5 Elestral, be it attack or defense, mostly with attack, is that it presents for when it comes to a guy with 5 attack, they present a literal crazy, like, how do I put this? They present a really powerful offensive pressure because they run over any normal summon that your opponent might have, but they also present defensive pressure because no other guy, not even a 5, runs over it. They crash with it. And no card should both present a crazy offensive pressure, a crazy defensive pressure, and also have a good effect. That is too many things for a card to do in a simple game like this.
Sorry, I'm hypnotized by the animation on your avatar. Why does it do that?
What's wrong with my little ash blossom, bro? Let the ash yap, bro.
Okay, but no, what you're describing is just there are good cards.
No, that is not what I'm describing. What I'm describing is there are cards that are overtuned. There's good, there's overtuned. Those are two very different things.
Are they different things in this case?
They are, yeah, absolutely. Pegas is a good card. Pegas is not an overtuned card. Pegas is fair.
To me, it seems that Pegas is a bad card.
No, Pegas is a good card. Pegas is absolutely a good card.
Sorry, what's a good card to you? A card that doesn't see play, but I would like it to see play?
Well, no, Pegas doesn't see play because there's not enough wind tools around it, but any deck that would play wind would play Pegas. So Pegas is like the best in its little pool of not so great cards.
Wait, hold up. Do wind decks not play Pegas? Am I getting gaslit right now?
Wind decks do play Pegas, yes.
Okay, but wind is the third best deck.
Wind is not the third best deck. It is not. I'm sorry.
What's the third best deck then?
I would argue. Well, what are you looking at? What top 8'd the tournament this past weekend?
Do you have a better metric to determine best decks status beyond vibes?
I mean, vibes are a pretty good way to determine what the best deck is. I will be real, but I mean, just in general, okay. There are saying wind is a deck is not really like a thing that you could do, because the wind deck that you're claiming like is like third best deck or whatever is a deck that was essentially the position control shit, right? So it like played some wind stuff, some like other stuff like to mess with the position of Elestrals, and then it played the Veratuka stuff. Is that what you're talking about?
Let me see what I'm talking about. What's
Because if you're talking about the Veratuka deck or whatever that messes with the positions of stuff, and like Veratuka to beat over attack position stuff, Veratuka to beat over defense position stuff, that is a completely different deck than talking about Wind Toolbox. Those are two extremely different decks.
No, Wind was the third best deck. Yeah.
What do you mean? It didn't top 8. Solar top 8'd, Earth top 8'd, 5 top 8'd. In what way is that deck top 3 now?
Dog, is that your like is the content, the precise content. Swall, what the fuck are you doing?
We're cooking.
Is the precise content of the top 8 the only, like, if we look at the precise content of the top 8, you would have to say that Fives and Earth are roughly evenly balanced. If you look at the tournament as a whole, you see that Earth had a better conversion rate than Fives. Yeah.
Okay, no, but in reality, the conversion rate is not really necessarily what matters because so few people actually played Earth at the tournament. There were not that many people that played Earth.
Yeah, that's
but you literally just
what
said
the conversion rate means.
But I'm aware. But what you literally just said when I hopped into this call was literally, Wind is the third best deck. And I said, based on what? The top 8 of this tournament. And you said, what else do you have to go off of? Okay, by your logic, what else do you have to go off of? The top 3 best decks have to be Solar, Earth, and Fives because of the only decks that top 8'd.
No, because, hold up. Let me look at the full pie chart for a second. Have to find it. I will find it.
Also, Jack in chat saying 5 of your 9 rounds were against Earth Nexus. Your 3 rounds in top 8 were against Earth Nexus because it was objectively one of the best decks. And we've just talked about how like the conversion rate on it is insane. Like that is the reason why you played against it. Those extra 3 games is because those were the decks that you played against in top 8 and top 4 and finals. Like in Swiss, that deck was extremely underrepresented, and that's objective. Like very underrepresented.
Yeah, Solar was 17% on the field. It was the second most popular deck. If it only put one thing in top 8.
Well, yeah, because that deck is dog shit. Like that deck is garbage. Yeah, I have no idea how it is.
As good as you're describing. If Wind is 7% of the field, but everyone that played Wind bubbled, then that indicates that Wind is a better deck than Solar.
Okay, you're forgetting one very important thing, and I'll say it. The one very important thing that you're ignoring here is that there are so many people that have played this tournament that have picked up the game with Daybreak. There are so many people that have not yet developed the skill set, and they'll play whatever. So like, dude, JJ top 8'd with a 5s deck. He had not read a Daybreak card. He literally top 8'd with 5s, and he didn't have any Daybreak cards. He didn't know what Daybreak cards did. He read them.
Yeah, he's playing a good brainless deck. That's what the deck is supposed to do. You turn off your brain and then hope that 1-for-1 trades bring you to the end of it. And if you are a good player in addition to that, then you can make the difference.
Well, the fact that the good players were the ones that were on Wind that bubbled is what carried that deck. It's not the deck. And also, that deck is not great. It's not fantastic. But Pigust is a good deck. It is a good card. Pigust is very much a good card.
I guess the question is it a well-designed card? And how well-designed are 5s?
Well, Pigust is a card that's well designed because in reality, the only problem with Pigust is that there's a lot of times where you'll hit a card with Pigust and that card is chainable, meaning you don't get like extra value off of the Pigust. But Pigust in itself is a card that is very well designed because what it does well.
I guess what is the differentiator between the well-designed of Pigust versus like a 5, right?
Which 5 specifically are we talking about here?
I think overall, my general argument / like conceit is that I think that the 5s that can also do our laundry, maybe a little bit overtuned, but I think that like
what? What's the 5 that can also do your laundry? Don't say Astrabit.
Well, Viserys
is a good example. Astrab is definitely one of them, but Viserys is a very good example. So look at it this way, Siberian. The logic between the 5s. Viserys is crazy. I'm sorry. That card's... Dude, I'm sorry, but Viserys, there was never a game state in which Viserys hits the board and the opponent's reaction is, oh fuck, how do I deal with this? But 95% of cards with a 5 stat line on their attack in this game present that exact same threat. I'm sorry, but like, you should not be able to just go, like, objectively, right? The cards are limited at 3. You can only play a single copy of a card at 3 copies, right? You can only play it at 3. Why is it that I'm allowed to play 15 5s and ignore their text, and they're all the same card and all are good? You know?
Yeah, what I'm saying is how much of that is shaped by like my argument. Maybe it's wrong. Is that the actual payoff of playing 1/5 per turn and then supplanting it with removal isn't that absurd. Like I would say that if why does Coder get the cool font?
Oh, because I'm the coder. That's why I get the coder font.
Can you give me? Okay, thank you. If decks can't.
Hold up. Someone in chat, I should address this. Someone in chat said the 5s list that won didn't ignore their text. The meta call and the specific 5s they played was very important. They played Specteris, which at no point in our match against them or in the entire tournament did a Specteris cause any problems to me at any point whatsoever. And then the other 5s that they played, Eddie is like a discount 5 because it's just able to walk over everything the exact same way every 5s does. They just played every good 5. You
understand that if I hear the sentence Eddie is a discount 5, I'm only hearing like you're just complaining about there being a good card.
No, I'm complaining about every single card in the deck, just saying I trade with anything my opponent does, and if my opponent wants to stop me, they need to 2-for-1 constantly. Because then your deck is extremely like efficient on spirits, more so than any deck. Oh, hold
How
up.
do you 2-for-1 against Eddie?
You have to shield it to not lose your guy. So you're paying 2 spirits for their 1 spirit that they used. That's a 2-for-1.
No, you play a different Elestral and you beat over it, and then it's a 1-for-1.
Oh, so I have to lose my guy, and then I play 1 swing over. That's 2-for-1 because I have to play a second spirit to out it, and I lose the spirit on the guy that it ran over. That's a 2-for-1 still.
No, the spirit that you keep on the field isn't lost until it's consumed.
It's a spirit that I am paying to play my card, because otherwise at that point, like, you're just absolutely wrong otherwise. What do you mean?
No. Like, you...
If I have a guy on my board,
like,
right? Let's say I have a dude. I don't care what my dude is. It's some dude that I want to keep on my board. And they go, Eddie, turn the guy to defense, swing over. And I let my guy die.
You lost your 1 spirit. Before Eddie ran over it, you didn't lose that 1 spirit.
It's still a spirit that I committed to my field. It's still something that I committed to my board.
Then Eddie is a 1-for-1. They used 1... No, well... No, because... Okay, so... I play my Elestral. You play Eddie, you kill the Elestral, it dies. I play my Elestral and I kill the Eddie. To deal with my Elestral, you have to put in additional spirits, right? So it's not a 2-for-1.
But here's the big thing. The only thing that deals with Eddie is another 5. That is the only thing that will deal with an Eddie is the 5. If it's not a 5, we are dealing with Eddie. Hey, how are we dealing with Eddie? It's not true. How am I dealing with Eddie if not putting a guy that has a higher stat line than the Eddie? Please explain.
Anything that lowers Eddie, like...
Like, name a card that someone plays that would lower the Eddie. Please, I'm begging you.
Piglim.
Who plays Piglim? What do you mean?
Trishula, apparently. And 1 person in top 8.
Okay, bet. But we've already established that deck is ass. So, in a good deck, please
What
explain.
do you mean? You have... with your divines.
And also, for the example of, okay, with my divines, so you're telling me to pay an additional spirit to walk over it, therefore I am 2-for-1ing the Eddie. But, okay, so we agree on that. And then with the Piglim example, the problem is that, again, if I'm going to stick a guy to the board to walk over the Eddie, I need my guy to stick. Because otherwise, I am constantly getting their +1ing me at the end of the interaction. Because if they summon a guy that then walks over mine, if it's a Piglim, and then they summon a 5 walk over my guy, I am now once again -1 in the interaction, and I must now once again deal with a 5. And the only way I'm dealing with the 5 is either by going -2 on a shield to clear it, or -2 on an earthquake to clear it. At that point, every single guy they summon forces me to have to use 2 points of spirits to interaction in order to deal with their 1 guy. So they have presented 1 spirit worth of interaction. I must now present 2 spirits worth of interaction to deal with it. I think at the end of the day, like, A-Drive, when he was streaming yesterday, and I pointed out, like, that 5s is, like, it, like, invalidates any deck with, like, a legitimate game plan, because every deck with a legitimate game plan is just kind of gonna have to put too many spirits into its game plan, and then they'll just get outpaced in spirits by the 5s. So the big issue here is that A-Drive was asking me like, how would you fix that? And I think the big problem with it is that you can't necessarily fix it because the difference between the number 4, the number 5, the number 6 is way too large of a gap in this game versus like, let's say 1-drops went 1 to 9, then you could have guys with 5, 6, 7, 8 stat line with varying degrees of like power on their effects. And then the guys on the upper end of that, like, the 8, the 9, whatever, could just be vanilla beaters. You don't print too much of them and stuff like that. It's it would allow for more variety and stuff. Also, everyone in chat saying that this has devolved into nonsense, just listen to what I'm saying, okay? If you're not able to follow, that's on you. I'm sorry.
It devolved into nonsense when I was talking, chat.
Hell yeah. Everything I've said here has made perfect sense. If you're not able to follow, you need to, like, re-listen. Thank you.
No, we did get, Jai brought up other examples of stuff you used to deal with, of 1-for-1s that deal with the 5s. I don't know if I included Zeus, but yeah, Race and Cryoblast. And another Eddie, and Madlet, if you want to count that.
What about Mudlet, sorry?
One, you deal with a 5 on a 1-for-1 basis.
Yeah, Mudlet can deal with some 5s. I mean, it deals with almost every 5 because most
what
5s
5 doesn't it deal with like Lavalith doesn't deal with, which I am part of my argument is that Lavalith is the overtuned, the warping.
Well, Lavalith is overtuned. We can agree on that. Lavalith is definitely overtuned.
Vera Wind Verutaqua also is going to kill every 5 except Lavalith.
You said Alter?
Except Lavalith.
Oh, well, the problem with Alter is Alter needs setup, right? And
No,
Alter
not Altar. Also Altar, but I was saying Wind Verutaqua. Veratuca, I don't know.
Veratuca? Well, yeah, okay. So the problem with Veratuca has a problem that's similar to that of Eddie, where if I like swing over a guy, that shit's dying next turn. Versus the 5's problem, which we're talking about here, is that if I slap a 5 on the board, walk over a thing, odds are it ain't dying that turn. You know what I mean?
But
like, there's a reason why people PTA rabbits on summon, because otherwise you're not killing the damn card, you know?
Yeah. What are we arguing about right now? Like, what's the point of contention precisely right now?
There is no point of contention. I'm just saying that Veratuca doesn't deal with anything very well. It deals with things very mediocrely, versus 5's dealing with a bunch of stuff, you know?
Right, your point was that the 5, like, right, this all started all with Eddie's and honorary 5, and I said, no, it's not. If you count Eddie as an honorary 5, then you're saying that any good card is a 5. You said, no, it is a 5, because either you need a 5 to deal with it, or you need to 2-for-1 yourself. And then I said, no, that's not true. There's a bunch of ways to 1-for-1 Eddie, that, or like to kill Eddie and keep your advantage on board. And you said, no, Piglim is a bad card.
Piglim is a bad card.
It's
all of what I said there is true, by the way. I'm just kidding. Piglim is a horrible card. What do you mean?
Piglim's a nuts card. I think it's an important distinction to make here. I just want to say this is like, again, it's the Warmite thing. It's the otherwise. It's like, and again, the proposal for any of this discussion effectively is like, are 5s well designed? Yes or no?
I don't know. That seems like a vacuous. So I have a problem because this is my favorite word, but I don't know how to say it.
You have a favorite word, but don't know how to say it?
VACUOUS. How do you say that?
Was it?
The what?
VACUOUS. How do you say that word?
I've never heard that word in my entire life. Vacuous?
Oh my god, read a book.
I'm French Canadian, bro. English is my 3rd language. Give me a chance.
Vacuous? Vacuous?
Vacuous, sure. Like, is the argument whether like that there are big Elestrals with good effects, and this is bad?
My stance, personally, is that I think that as of right now, and again, this is also with Elestral's limited card pool and very early release, that the 5's deck as a whole and some of the 5's cards don't present enough risk reward as to where it's more beneficial or otherwise better to play what I would consider to be a better experience for players, which is that you're playing decks with more concise designs or game plans that also feel good. Right now, I don't think it feels good to play decks that are not 5s or decks that can spirit efficiently handle decks similar to 5s. Again, Wind, I think, is a great example of that, where it has a concise game plan, but ultimately just devolves into playing a beater strategy, which maybe is the point, not necessarily with specific 5s, but again, I think 5s present that issue. I don't think it's necessarily to do specifically with 5s. Like, I think Siberian, like he pointed it out, that it's not necessarily the stat, but it does seem to be that there is a power imbalance here between like disproportionately between those two things, right? Playing like a Wind Nexus strategy versus just playing like a 5s deck.
Yeah. So, like, sorry, let's rewind, right? Let's go back to my original argument. I said, kill a lavalith, right? If you kill lavalith and you give access you give the back access to the divine runes, I said that I believe. I mean, don't even. I think it's possible that 5s by itself is not that remarkable of a game plan. If you allow decks to access their game plan without fear of getting beaten up to a pulp by lavalith, that they do actually get to overwhelm the one guy per turn. Like you said, the only guys that do that are Demeter and Zeus. I say Aperos might be a slow and clunky card, like Poseidon might be a completely unremarkable card, but if you allow the water deck to actually make use of Poseidon, and I don't know, you get to use Dratagua twice per like times, yeah, if you get to use Dratagua multiple turns, or like you get to go a turn Dratagua Nexus in back-to-back turns. Or if you get to play Aperos, or in a Wind you actually get to make use of Aeolus multiple times, since they also have a Wind Dratagua that nobody really likes. If you get to do the Fire Nexus thing with Fire and Kindleo. Hey, look at that, Kindleo, another card that if you get to do it turn over turn, defend Kindleo, and you have access to something that produces turn over turn removal that doesn't make you go minus on card advantage. So
yeah, the issue with Kindleo, I think there's two things here that I want to address of what you're talking about. But the thing with Kindleo specifically is, like, once again, Kindleo is something that does present a 2-for-1.
I'm not saying that Nemisel is bad. I'm saying that nobody likes Nemisel. Okay, go on.
So the thing with Kindleo is Kindleo does present a 2-for-1 into 5s, specifically because sure, Kindleo trades with a 5 and then can swing, and then if you get shielded, then you lose 2 spirits at least if you didn't Nexus 2 additional ones to it. This is assuming that you're Nexusing directly to your Kindleo and stuff like that. But the problem with Kindleo is never sticking to the board because of its low stat line. Now, I'm not saying that Kindleo is like not a good card. I think the card is really powerful and is just like waiting for its time to shine. If Hephaestus had a better effect, I think Fire would legitimately be a viable strategy. But I just think that saying that Kindleo plus Hephaestus, because the thing is you have to draw multiple pieces for this to be good. And any card that requires a second piece to function versus 5s, which are by themselves good, like that's the whole idea behind the 5s deck, is every card in your deck works completely by themselves, independently of everything else that you have, and are always like live and good. The amount of times where you'll play stuff like a Lith that isn't exactly like Lavalith, because Lavalith is kind of like always live, depending on the matchup and shit.
I feel like somebody in this call might disagree on the viability of another Lith in the game.
Oh, Arcalith is good because you can ascend it. It's not good because you can summon it when your opponent has to.
You ascend it?
Yeah, you ascend it. Absolutely. 100%.
The benefit of it is that you can ascend it, but you would rather hard make the Arcalith, yes. But Arcalith is again, a good example of the risk-reward with that type of effect. Lavalith, I do agree, is an issue with that. Jagak actually brings up a good point here of saying that if Fire is a viable strategist, no one played it. Do you guys think a part of the issue is that the players are wrong? I know Siberian,
JT
you think
played
yes,
it. He went 2-4, bro. He played it and he went 2-4. And don't tell me JT's a bad player. JT is a good fucking player. He knows what he's talking about. And he said in his testing, the deck was insane. Pulled up to the tournament and the deck just shit in his hands. You know, I played him, and he had 9 cards in hand, and he's like, bro, none of my cards do anything. You know, it was insane.
So, Kevin, you brought up a point about spirit efficiency as regards to fire or other strategies. I guess that's also, I guess, kind of the crutch of the issue is that we're like, what is the incentive, even outside of like the cool mechanic of a deck? Is that the inherent like efficiency of a deck? Like you're just burning yourself for no reason. Whereas here's a deck like 5s, we can just 1 for 1 until you're at 15 spirits, and all of a sudden your opponent's at 7. Is that part of an issue?
Well, yeah, the spirit efficiency is a very big issue. Like, there's a big reason why, like, there's a big reason why the 5s deck has, like, a decent matchup into Earth. Because let's be real, every tool that Earth has absolutely annihilates the 5s deck. It's the reason why the Earth deck is the only deck that's able to go toe-to-toe with 5s, is because Earth has all the tools, and is, like, Earth is 5s, just with some cards that aren't 5s that are, like, you know, tools that help you beat kind of like everything that's in the field. And the only card that beats the Earth deck that 5s plays is Lavalith. So, like, the whole argument about, like, limiting or banning Lavalith or whatever the fuck, that argument is bad, because if you hit Lavalith, then Earth becomes tier 0. Like, 5s cannot be Earth without Lavalith. It just can't. And at the end of the day, if the goal is to avoid a tier 0 format, if we get rid of Lavalith, we have a tier 0 format, and it's Lavalith. Like, Lavalith is the card that wins. You know? It is the card that wins.
What did you say? If we get rid of lavalith, we have a tier 0 format, and it is lavalith?
And it's Earth. Earth is the best deck.
Okay.
Like, by far. You know?
So I guess that brings up, obviously Lavalith was probably conceived with the idea of checking things like Thunder Nexus and Earth Nexus, right? Like the idea that maybe Nexusing decks and mechanics are all powerful, but I mean, is that a bad thing? If the decks can Nexus, if we like them having spirits on board?
I mean, it seems to me that you're agreeing with me that we have a deck that goes over 5 because its intrinsic game plan is better than stick a 5 every turn and pay to its removal.
No, it's because legitimately, if Demeter didn't buff, Earth would never beat 5s ever. It's a singular card that lets them play the game. Like, legitimately. Like, and Mudlet made that game plan a lot easier, because Mudlet is Eddie, and we've established that Eddie beats 5s. Mudward.
Wait, run that back. What was the Demeter thing?
I'm saying if Demeter did not buff, like if Demeter wasn't a stats change divine, Earth would never beat 5s. Legitimately.
I can see that as to where Demeter applies to the weaker supplemental Elestrals, like maybe Astrabbit or Elichick, right? It gives you a better game plan there. But Vis and Moss Station and Equilinx, I guess, but you're right, the Equilinx portion is there. So it's like other than specifically those 3, the other inclusions do technically contest 5s, right? I guess the argument is that it's not as consistently contesting 5s and making it like that way.
Well, so your Vis is the only way you ever walk over a rabbit in that deck is exactly Moss Station otherwise.
Right. I guess I was saying like just generally
or
5s,
Mudlet. Like I said,
yeah.
Mudlet does help beat it. It's Mudlet and Demeter, but like Demeter is just super fucking important.
Right. But I guess a similar argument for Thunder, right, with Zeus.
Yeah, correct. But the only reason why Thunder is not being played right now is because they lack a guy. It's like anytime you try to build a Thunder deck, you just like put in every Thunder guy, and you're just like, damn, why do I only have 12 guys in my deck?
I guess it sounds like in-archetype tools is kind of what the settling factor is between decks that can outperform 5s and not.
Yes,
right?
You need in-archetype tools that can deal with 5s on a consistent basis. The fact that Earth has 2 of them in the form of Mudlet and Demeter means that they're able to beat 5s. The fact that Thunder only has exactly Zeus, and like, don't get me wrong, it's good that you can go Chick Search Zeus, but then that loses to every counter rune in the game, quite literally. Gorgon stopped that. PTA makes you crash, you know?
But then Wind has Galaxair and Baratoka and Sorlet. All of those deal with 5s.
Big think. Those all get walked over afterwards. No? Let me think.
So do Madlet and the Demeter after the opponent plays.
Well, no, but Demeter means that all your guys walk over, and Mudlet is like a reusable tool, and they're a lot cheaper. Well, technically, the Mudlet is cheaper than the Sorlet.
So it's a Sorlet and Galaxair, and the Galaxair is just Galaxair costs nothing, right? I'm not making it up.
No, you're
No,
not.
Galaxair costs that. Galaxair's a good card. Don't get me wrong. I think Galaxair is a fantastic card.
Baratoka also is repeatable. Like, stick them on board, protect them if you can. If you can't, then play the next one.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Both of those cards, like, again, you're the problem with Wind isn't the fact that it doesn't have the tools to deal with it. It's the fact that Aeolus costs you and it's too expensive because you get outbeat on spirits. The problem with Wind versus Fives is a completely different problem than most other decks will have.
Your argument is starting to sound a bit ad hoc, right? It's not just me. You're like, okay, then every deck has this problem. 5 is going to be a problem for every deck, and then you say, what about this deck? Okay, that one has these tools. What about this? Well, no, this one has these other tools. It's a different thing. What about this? Well, this one has a... If every deck has a different problem against 5...
It's not every deck. You said just Wind. You literally just brought up Wind. I said
no,
Earth
there's
is
also
able to beat it
Fire.
because
Yeah,
these
he also
tools.
brought up Earth, and we brought up
Fire
Thunder,
cannot
too.
beat 5s. It can. Lavalith is illegal to summon against 5s. They don't put enough spirits on the board.
So,
they don't
guess-
play any divines or any field spells. You can never Lavalith them.
To kind of make
5s
some,
does not ever win against 5s.
to kind of make some differences here to kind of find something. The idea again that we're going off of, or at least if you guys could agree, are good cards fine for the game? Period. Like, this is a really simple question. It's a very simple question. Are good cards okay? Right.
Good cards are fine for the game. Overtuned cards are not. It's simple.
Well, again, we're not trying to define the overtuned versus good. Like good tools are good to give to good players. I guess I'm trying to get at is that what is the incentive that the other decks have to playing like their decks other than a specific like combination of cards, right? Effectively, just 5s and 5 strategies are just specific combination of good stuff cards. Like, what is differentiating other decks from good stuff decks?
Well, according to Giac, 5s, Fire is the best match. Is the worst matchup against Fire. Is wait, what did you say?
They said Fire.
My worst matchup is Fire. Okay, well, if you say so.
I mean, if you believed that, you would have played Fire because you knew 90% of the tournament was going to be on 5. So you just don't.
That's very much not the case. You know that the most played deck was Water by a decent margin.
Dude, all I played against all day was fucking 5s, dude, and it was a buy for Earth almost every single time. Heck, I would have even beat Jayak if I didn't stupid set an Earthquake because I was too tired. That's
I have the spreadsheet, like the circle pie graph in front of me.
No, I know. We expected Water to be the most played because of the Chronodile shit. But like even the Fire deck has a good matchup into it because the best way to beat Chronodile is you Lavalith pop the Poseidon.
5 wasn't even the second most played deck.
The what? 5s wasn't the second most played deck?
It was the third most played deck after Water and Solar.
Okay, but we knew Solar was gonna get played a ton, but that deck's a buy. Like, no deck should ever lose to Solar. That deck's so bad.
Made it top 8.
Okay, have you seen that list, bro? I don't know how that happened.
Sorry, Dialysis, I know you're in chat.
No, he was in my chat earlier in my stream today, and I literally said, Dialis, big respect for topping, congrats. I have no idea how that happened.
Skill diff. That's all there is.
Bro. No, for real. He's probably just the greatest player of all time. I believe it.
Okay, so to not circle around
Sorry for
things like
derailing
the
your stream
same
so
stuff. No, I like this. So, okay. Again,
We're literally staying on topic. We are discussing the one card model.
We are quite literally circling the drain between like good cards are bad because I hate certain interactions, where it's like, again, the discussion that I wanted to present is like, what is the design incentive really to play any deck that's not specifically good stuff, right? And the answer is the answer is like a deck that can beat good stuff. But right now, it just doesn't seem like enough decks can beat the good stuff. Which again, that speaks to me that they're missing something.
Yeah, the real answer to that is the only reason to play a deck that isn't 5s is, or like, the good stuff pile decks or whatever, is either because A, you think it has a good matchup, or B, because you like it like aesthetically or thematically. You know what I mean? I refuse to believe anyone that plays the solar deck does so for any reason other than I like solar, I like playing Sylvan in Elestrals, you know?
It seems to me that after this discussion, we've established that Heartbeats 5, at least Josh and Giac, which I do give some credence to, think that Firebeats 5, Wind is around the corner. Maybe it doesn't consistently beat 5, but it is a viable deck.
I don't know where you're
What
getting
is
this, that this wind is viable, dude. I've not seen these wind
I feel like
lists.
this discussion is in terms of like competitive viability of the actual like results, right? But what I'm trying to ask / say is, do we think that's like a design problem with like deck building? Like, is the deck building? Why, as me a player, should I build anything that's not like a 5s or a beater deck, right? To me, there's not.
It's not the best deck.
Yeah.
Clearly.
What's that?
Those decks.
Well, okay,
It's
right.
clearly not the best
Right.
deck. There is a list of things that you could do instead of doing that.
Right, but it's like, it's other than I just want to. I feel like there's no incentive as a player to do anything.
We just
but
established
good
that Earth apparently dumps dumpsters on fire.
Yeah.
On 5s.
Again, we also did say that Earth has the similar tools and similar design that 5 does, which is like that kind of give and take. But does any other deck have that specifically on the same level, if not better, than Earth and 5s?
Is the give and take not just the pace of the game at this point?
Somewhat, yeah. But I think that's directly related to the cards that require the responses, right? Like, I think that we talk about Wind because Wind has a lot of really good tools and has a lot of really good examples, but like there's the cards that are requiring responses right now aren't the ones that have, in my opinion, like an interesting risk reward. They're just big body.
Yeah. It's very low investment, which is the problem with them, is that you have to put very little actual anything into them and you get a lot more value out of them. Dude, I won games during this tournament with just a Viscerus. Like there was one game that I played, I think it was my top 8 game. My game 2, I 2-0'd my top 8. My game 2 in top 8, I stuck an Elechic, it got gazed, he walked over it, I stuck a Viscerus, and I proceeded to punch with the Viscerus, summon another Viscerus, punch with the Viscerus, summon another Viscerus, and I won the game, and I never summoned another guy. Like, 5s are so... And if he had outed it, he would have had to out it by using, what, an Earthquake, a Shield, or something like that, cost 2, to out a guy that I put 1 resource into putting onto the board, and then if I just do it again next turn, the same thing would have happened if I got shielded, you know? They cost nothing to stick to the board, as opposed to 3 drops, which, for all intents and purposes, should be more of a focus for at least some decks. Like, a lot of decks want to put 3 drops on board, but like, why am I ever going to put a 3 drop on the board that's just going to get EQ'd when I could put a guy that costs 2 spirits less to get EQ'd for the same amount? You know what I mean? Like, why am I going 3 for 2 instead of going 1 for 2?
If you ask me, I do think that the issue then is not so much the bodies, but the quality of removal. I think that we could do with worse removal.
I agree with that, but if we had worse removal, then it would be a lot easier. Again, one other thing is that if removal is worse or more scarce, the problem with that means that you never want to just put all your eggs in one basket and put 3 spirits underneath one guy. You would rather have 3 guys with 1 spirit underneath each of them, because then you're presenting the same board presence while also just not being able to have all your guys outed at once. Like, there's no right
the 3 guys, but the 3 guys are not dealing with the bigger guy.
But no one is playing a bigger guy, because then after that, if the removal is scarce, even if it's scarce, then 1 point of removal deals with the big guy. Versus if the removal is scarce or not scarce, even the way it is right now, you're not dealing with 3 dudes on board.
Presumably, if the removal is scarce, then you know how to play around that removal, rather than right now where you just have to go into it and hope they don't have their very frequent their very numerous removal spells.
What would you suggest as like a removal spell? Are you saying like we no longer have resting, no longer have earthquake, no longer have shield, no longer have PTA?
I think that earthquake is an immensely problematic card to have in the game.
Well, I mean, yeah, no shit. The card's fucking broken.
Yeah.
That card is absolutely cracked. I agree.
So what I'm saying is, if the removal is worse or more scarce, like The issue with 3-drops is not.
I mean, what are you
Huh?
suggesting removal
not
that
saying-
you can? Are you suggesting removal that you can only use on 1-drops, but that don't affect 3-drops or something like that? Is that like the?
No, that's. I mean, Cryoblast. I think it's very nice to have in the game.
I think Cryoblast is a well-designed card. I think Cryoblast
Yeah,
is great.
I think Cryoblast very good. Very like Cryoblast.
But I think that's also
but not
again
necessarily-
going back to the point of like generic tools versus actual considerations that you have and concessions that you have to make here, right? Like,
yeah,
like the 2-for-1 value is just inherently feels bad against the 1 spirit commitment that is pretty low risk for anything, right? Like worst case scenario, you drop a water Sorlet, it gets PTA'd, and like, oh, that sucks. Anyways, your 2-for-1 in wide just spent like nothing, right? And then the next turn you do it again, right? I think Cryoblast presents, again, unlike Earthquake, a good way to deal with cards that has some sort of like give and take. Like same thing with Laurels. Like Laurels is also kind of fucked for other reasons, but it's like it's at least has like some sort of consideration that you have to make there, right? And Earthquake's only consideration is that it's expensive and you have to put Earth Spirits. But that's, again, just a plus to the fact that the kit of Earth also gets to have that, whereas other decks have to dilute themselves.
If
to
EQ
do
costs
that.
3, there is more of a reason to only commit 1-drops. There is a potential for a 3-for-1 trade.
3, I'm not even certain if it would be played. That's like
Yeah,
very-
that's not a wrong assessment. If EQ costed 3 and what you described happened, then everyone would drop EQ immediately, and that would leave the metagame open for 3-drops.
Yeah,
Like metagames are not static things; they're not snapshots. They
I'm aware.
keep. Like, I'm not responding to you. I'm responding
the
to
chat.
the Q is too short in
Okay.
chat.
Fair enough.
yeah, I guess, and again, I think someone else brought up previously too, where it's like on some level we're also kind of comparing tournament viability versus like just the design portion of this, like the actual like more conceptual portion of this, which I think is kind of what I'm getting at as well. But again, maybe that's just me. I 9th place here, but whatever.
No, not you.
It's not a
Trickos
webcam
TQ
turn.
doesn't make removal more like Trickos TQ is a non-card because it wouldn't be played.
3 costs would likely not see play. Yeah.
And it makes it doesn't make it makes removal more scarce. It assesses the time to spend, but it doesn't.
You're learning what the streamer life is, bro. You should never argue with a Twitch chat or a YouTube chat or whatever.
You said if EQ costed 3, there's more reason to only commit 1-drop. That's wrong because if EQ costed 3, it's not playable, and then the
Continues to
movement
argue
becomes
with
more
the chat.
scarce, and there is more room to play 3-drops.
You know, I also want to argue with the chat. Chat, you guys have not all liked the stream right now. I'm looking at this like number. It says 26. All should like the stream immediately, because if you don't like the stream, then the stream will not get recommended and people won't come watch this cool Elestrals content. Everyone liked the stream expeditiously. Thank you.
I had 4 more slides before this started happening.
Oh, you were almost done.
Kind of. I mean, I was going to yap in probably another hour, but I also appreciate you guys yapping with me. I guess what are your guys' ultimate
what's the
like
solution
like
to the removal spell, to the
or considerations?
5's problem? I would say
Dilemma.
make more. Like you can even keep the like. I don't think it's to remove the like. I don't even think it's to make the 5 stat weaker. I think it's just if you have to make a 5, make it so in a dedicated deck it's better than to have it as a we're big or something. Okay, if you play it in a dedicated deck, it's significantly better than to play it as a body alone.
That's the thing. I feel like you look at stuff like Mostation, right? Mostation is a fairer card because it has a drawback. You know, it's Goblin Attack Force.
Sure.
I feel like a 5, like with the exception of exactly into 5s where Mostation is really good, 5s, I don't think a single 5 has a drawback. Not even one that has like big defense or anything like that. You know, Ass Rabbit is an absolutely insanely good card, and you know, I'm not gonna start this argument, but
Sure.
Ass Rabbit is like insane.
I mean,
even Smolkuga search another 5 is also insane. You know what I mean? None of these 5s have drawbacks. Only like the.
I would just say that if we had to rewind the clock, I would have banned another card.
Well, that brings up
another card.
the Galaxy.
I was
Oh,
on the
yeah, right.
I would have banned Astra before Spark.
Yeah, so would I still to this day think that's the correct call, but I feel like this is kind of like I'm just gonna try to wrap this up. I think the thing for me is like I don't know that there is a like one very specific answer. Like how do we deal with the fives problem? If fives even is a problem at this point, like I feel like a lot of people are very divided on the opinion here, and it's okay that people have different opinions here. I'm of the opinion that fives are bad for the game in the sense that they gatekeep out a lot of interesting, really cool strategies that would be able to beat Earth, strategies that would, you know, have a lot of good tools to play the game, but their tools are just extremely bad into 5 specifically, and I would love for those decks to be able to shine. I think Kiribis is super cool. I think Chronodile is super cool. I think even Pharaohgeist is a dope freaking deck. And unfortunately, those decks are just not able to be played right now.
What's the issue with Pharaohgeist into 5s?
How the heck are you getting to a Pharaohgeist, buddy? Everything walks over everything you do. There's just no chance.
Rise from the ashes, of course.
Well, so
hey, subscribe to Words.
Subscribe to Words, bro. But the big thing with Rise, I'll say so everyone that's saying play Golden Apple, that card's dog shit. I hate that fucking card so much. But the thing that's really interesting, right, is the day that we get a card that's like a Raigeki break, any card that says discard to do something good, Rise from the Ashes, stonks are gonna rise the fuck up. That's all I'm gonna say. But all this to say that at the end of the day, I don't know what the actual answer is. I think something needs to happen. Do I think it's a ban on Lavalith or a hit on Lavalith? Probably not, because then at that point, Earth becomes the unreasonable deck. And I just would like to see, because I don't think we've seen...
Does Earth become the unreasonable deck, though? Because you just said that under 5s, there are a lot of decks that have reasonable game against Earth.
Yeah, but then Earth and 5s are the unreasonable decks. But then Earth is just, like... Earth has just the insane matchup into 5s.
No, we just said, like, if we kill Lavalith, probably 5s... If it doesn't disappear, it becomes significantly weaker.
It doesn't become significantly weaker. It just means that it loses the matchup into Earth more. That's all. So Earth would be the #1 deck, and then 5s would be the gatekeep deck that keeps every other deck from ever coming up into their tier of the meta.
Okay, but at that point, you just have to do some metagame analysis and determine whether people are, like, how many people are going to play 5s and whether you want to take those odds. And since it seems that not everyone is so keen on 5s, since Earth, like, I would expect, as a reasonable metagame prediction, that after last tournament, Earth is going to become more played. If Earth becomes more played, then the decks that are good against Earth also become more played.
But then whoever plays 5s gets to wipe everyone that isn't on Earth.
Yeah, that's just a metagame you're describing. Like, you're just saying, sorry, I don't like the idea that every matchup should be close to a 50-50. It's fine if certain matchups are more polarized. That means that there are decks that are doing very different things.
But, like, you know, in that situation that the top card would most likely look like 3 or 4 Earth, 3 or 4 5s, and then the maybe 1 or 2 other decks squeeze in.
I think that's also a distinction, like, particularly.
No, I don't know if the math shakes out like that.
Like, okay, again, that's semantics, right? That's as we're given, like, the context in which the cards are designed in now, right? Like, as they are existing, right? That makes sense, because right now, if we take away a certain thing, what it's going to rise up to the top makes sense. I think, again, the issue, and outside of just like a general metagame, is it's not as simple as like, take away this comes, this goes. It's, again, more of a careful consideration of why are the tools here? What are the tools presented? And if those tools are effective for each deck and strategy, does that make sense, right? Like, Earth gets Mudlet, which can help it contest the 5s meta at all. But if Earth didn't have Mudlet, could it actually contest better or worse? Maybe, maybe not.
Definitely worse.
But that's what I'm saying, is that what design can we give to players and to decks and to themings? And I think, Kevin, you hit the nail on the head. It's a very multi-layered thing. And I don't think it's as simple
there's no one
as,
solution. There's no one solution.
Meta this or meta viability that for whatever. Like, even if Lavalith is the solution, or to get rid of, like, to maybe narrow down a pinpoint, like, what does that change? Right now, probably a lot, but what about later? Right? Like, what is...
We don't know. We don't know
what I'm saying. Sorry, you know? I'm saying that to me, it seems that 5s is a portion of the metagame that you don't like. But it's not actually like both in theory, like on a game design theory, and in practice, it doesn't seem to actually doesn't seem that there is a problem that bears out. If in practice it's not the best deck, and the best deck also has unfavorable matchups, that to me sounds like a dynamic metagame. In theory, it seems like the 5's issue is already giving in because of what we just described with the practice. If we are seeing a rise to a potentially dynamic metagame in which 5's ebbs and flows depending on how popular Earth and adjacent decks are, then with more decks that get more tools, like 5's can only get so much better. What's the next thing that 5's gets? Oh, another 5 that does something that trades in battle. It's the same card. It's the same card over and over again. While other decks, both the floor and the ceiling rises, 5's just stays there. And if already it's just part of a dynamic metagame with that wins some matchups and loses some matchups, as more sets come out, the issue just disappears on its own. Is what is my position.
That's a fine position to have. It really is just a question of, because if the decks that keep coming out keep doing the same kind of thing, like we saw Frostfall, we saw Morfrost, that deck can never beat 5's because it costs too much. We look at the Solar deck. That deck, with the exception of, I guess, one person that topped, I don't believe that deck can ever beat 5's because fucking Solar turn 3 has like 8 spirits left in Spirit deck and 5's has 17, and you're just like, okay, well, I've lost this game, you know? So like at the end of the day, it really is, what the big problem is just the fact that the 5's deck is way too like efficient on spirits, and any deck with a game plan, with something that it wants to do, that is more than just play a guy every turn, swing, maybe use a removal spell, is going to cost too much. That's all it is at the end of the day. So unless there is a deck that is able to use things that are not its spirits as a resource in order to remain as spirit efficient as 5's, or if a deck has something that can successfully wall 5's, i.e. something with a 6 stat line that can't be removed by a removal spell, which I think would be very horrible for the game because I think very few decks would be able to deal with something like that, then at that point, 5's will always have a game plan into nearly anything just because of how spirit efficient it is. At the end of the day, that's all it is.
If we changed the rules of the game in such a way where you can't play 5's but nothing gets banned, do you think that Morphos will be playable? Actually, also let's say that this is the universe without Spectaris and that's
fine. So here, this is again a careful consideration. Again, this is like we get rid of all big body stats, and Morfrost does have a problem with that. But the issue is that, like, again, the deck type
the
itself,
big body stats are still available to their decks.
Yeah,
but you can't play the 5 subs.
Right. That's fine. What I'm saying is that, like, the problem is the Morfrost cards were designed in mind to have like a specific game plan itself. Like, is the idea that any game plan deck would then also be meta relevant or change? And that's, I think, exclusively a point that like is up for contention within however it functions, like between the other game plan decks, right? If the idea is that we ban the 5's, like, will game plan decks be the best decks? And honestly, and maybe this is getting to the root of the issue, whichever one is the most spirit efficient that allows you to get to accomplish your game plan first would do it, right?
Yeah, but at that point, you're just saying, yeah, the better deck is going to win.
Oh, kind of, but that's the point.
A lot of observations.
Again, the point of this discussion was like, what are the tools and considerations that we can do to give decks a good game plan that are also like spirit efficient, right? Because like the issue with 5's is not that it's like it is gatekeeping things, but only because it can accomplish its win condition while also like being up on advantage and resource, right? That's the
foremost issue.
Hold up,
issue with 5's.
Hold up.
Okay.
The big thing I need to consider here that I think you're like kind of glancing over is you got to consider. Let's say there are 3 top decks in the game, and those 3 top decks in the game are more spirit efficient than the other decks in the game, and that might be one of, or the only reason why they're the top decks in the game, but are as about as equally spirit efficient with each other. Then that creates an interesting diverse metagame because they go toe to toe spirit wise. Versus if you look at the 5's deck, the 5's deck specifically is way more spirit efficient than any other deck in the game. There is no other deck in the game that can be as spirit efficient as that deck. And the only reason why the Earth deck is able to go toe to toe with them in that regard is because the Earth deck is, in a way, spirit efficient. The only time it has to not be spirit efficient is when it plays Demeter. But then because you're using all the Nexus tools alongside the Demeter, it helps you kind of aggro very quickly. So because the deck is a little less spirit efficient, but kind of more aggro at times, it's able to like bridge that gap. But no other deck in the game can really bridge that gap as effectively as the Earth deck can. And I think a more healthy, diverse meta would be a meta in which maybe not all the decks are equally as spirit efficient. I feel like it'd be insanely difficult to balance all of that. But I think in a format where we have 3, 4, maybe 5 decks that are all about equivalent in terms of spirit efficiency, then at that point you get to have a meta that's diverse and games that are back and forth and aren't totally one-sided.
I don't know if I agree with that last part, but the spirit efficient stuff checks out.
But spirit efficiency is just part of it. Like some of it is just also going to depend on what it is that you're doing.
Right.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, spirit management is like as the resource in this game, the most important thing. Like as players get better, even the decks that aren't as spirit efficient now could get better. But again, that's a design thing of like Earth has cards that are spirit efficient. Thunder did, right? But what is Thunder's game plan now? Right? It's like the give and take with 5s is that 5s can always be spirit efficient, just inherently.
Give Thunder a 5 that Nexus is a Thunder Spirit. That's what
you can be as spirit efficient as you want. If the thing that you're doing is in itself underwhelming, that's not like you're going to get run over.
I disagree. What's happening right now?
Yeah, the 5s deck, what it does is underwhelming. It just sticks a guy to the board and passes.
Sorry, it's underwhelming in the sense that it's not splash and it's not exciting, but clearly it's not underwhelming in the sense that it is very powerful.
Oh, well, if you're saying if the thing you're doing is weak, then in that case, I guess sure, but like, what do you define weak? Like, are you saying, if I was playing 5s, but instead of every 5, they'd be 1s, like, yeah, okay, that's weak because I can't do anything. My game plan's ass.
No, the 5s is just, give or take, 40 removal spells. Well, no, not really. It is 37 removal spells in the project. Are we on Nog, this deck?
Some decks are. Some 5 decks are.
Sure.
At the end of the day, that's my take. That's.
I keep getting distracted by chat. How do you disagree when Crystal Beast exists?
True.
Oh, just don't read the chat. Just don't read the chat. Trust.
No, I mostly got extremely offended by if the implying that I'm a Yu-Gi-Oh player. How dare you? I despise Yu-Gi-Oh with every fiber of my being.
On that note, I'm gonna head out, but thank you for having me, Swole.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It was a fun time.
Thank you for being here, Kevin. I appreciate it, and also thank you, Siberian.
No, I'm sticking around. You can't get rid of me.
Oh my god! I think this is a good discussion. Otherwise, all right, let me do some live editing there. Holy god! But I mean, okay, to kind of also like wrap a few things. I completely understand what you're saying too. Like, there's a lot of things that are in the meta that like banning 5s isn't a solution.
We can take this idea either in theory or in practice. And if there is a thing that I will never disagree on, is that 5 is a boring fucking deck. On that ground alone, it's probably a good idea to act, even if it was weak. If it wasn't the best deck, like if it was a tier 1 deck but was sort of underwhelming, it is so boring that people would still you probably wouldn't take action about it, but people would complain about it for sure. So considering that it is extremely boring and also close to in contention for one of the best decks, it's worth taking action about it. It's worth thinking about taking action about it.
Yeah,
what I'm asking
that's a fair point.
In the actual practice, if you see that there are between 2 and 3 decks that actually got toe-to-toe with 5s, those being Earth, Fire apparently, and the Nexus and the Wind allegedly. And then the best deck, Earth, also has a number of matchups that are not as favorable as 5s.
Correct.
What you're describing is just a dynamic metagame.
Correct.
Like
yeah, but
now people are going to play more Hurt, which makes 5s less present, which means that the non-5 decks are going to do better. And next week, the non-5 decks are going to be more present because they beat Hurt, and that would mean that 5 rises up, and so on and on and on. Right? And then there will be new innovations and stuff ebbs and flows.
Right.
So
I agree with all of those. Again, I have a very different view on this than maybe my other contemporaries, even in like the complaining discords. The big thing is that like setting up, well, a couple things. One, I think the deck building is suffering from a little bit of like same but different, which again leads me back to the spirit efficiency. But again, it's like the solutions to this issue, I don't think are necessarily. That's why I'm saying it's not necessarily a problem. It's more of just like I think a dilemma is a good word, because it's just like, well, you can just kind of think about and consider these things if they're like up to opinion. But like the idea that like if you the dynamic metagame is a good thing ultimately.
Well, you say,
but it's like we have to empower,
opinion, right? Like Coder has this tendency to gerrymander his views to be like, I mean, this is all my opinion. I'm not even saying this is a problem, but it is a problem, and if you disagree, you're wrong.
I guess it's a problem as to where problems are subjective, right? Yeah, because like if we want to play a game that's like this, then cool. That's by all means, right? I guess my only thought process on the discussion is like, even if there is nothing, like it's much to do about nothing, right? Even if we cannot do anything about it, or even if the metagame changes, I guess one thing that I would hope and like is that decks with identified game plans, like Chronodial is a good example, right? Chronodial is a game plan. That's like a boss kind of thing. 3-drops are another issue, but like there is no true incentive right now for players to play a deck with a game plan like Chronodial because for other than they just like it, right? There's no.
Isn't there? Why isn't there?
Because
it loses to 5. 5 is just one deck.
Outside of 5s, right? Like I guess technically inside of 5s, but like inside of like for a player to be able to compete with that, it's like there are just more spirit efficient ways of playing that type of strategy, right?
Like
a water beatdown strategy is just going to be a better quote unquote version of a deck that has similar identifiers to Chronodial.
Just a different deck. Like just because they're bottom water, they are completely different decks.
Well, I guess back to like the wind thing, right? Like this wind list and this other wind list, the two beater, like the beater wind list and like a more Nexus focused wind list, technically are different, but functionally have very similar purposes. But there is literally there's no true competitive reason, and one might be better than the other, which is okay to have, and it's fine. But I just think that's like, that feels really bad as a player, to like have just inherent like weaknesses out of the gate. Like to
in that case, the issue is that the non you have one archetype which we can call aggro if we wanted. I'm using archetype in the Magic sense, not the Yu-Gi-Oh sense. Like we are saying that
like a color archetype.
Sorry.
Like you mean like color archetypes? You're saying like more.
Defined? No, like macro archetypes, like the aggro, control, combo, prison.
Yeah. Gotcha.
They're not necessarily associated with color, because clearly we can see that the Hurt, 5s, and the Wind beats are all aggro decks.
Right. Yeah.
I'm saying that non-aggro decks have there isn't much of an incentive to play a non-aggro deck. In like, at least that's your position. And my take is that there isn't really any way to prevent aggro decks from forming. We just need to give better tools to the non-aggro decks. And I don't believe that Water is a deck without tools. I think that the attrition that Water can put the enemy on is enough of like even without Chronodial, even the old Water style deck where they will just heal, and force you to make like they forced you to make plays where they were healing, and that means that your spirits were depleting where they were still at 17. And like that's a different strategy, and that's a decent reason to play a non-aggro deck.
Yeah, no, I also agree.
That's why you would play like you identify why you would play what's the strat like for starters, what's the strategy? You're playing a combo deck, you're playing an aggro deck, you're playing a control deck. Those the tools that are afforded to that archetype. I'm thinking of a way to threaten the Zwooz in a way that doesn't legally implicate me.
You're fine. I mean, I guess I guess to put a point to that, I agree with you that from a design and ruling standpoint.
I understand the point of the stream.
Yeah.
The point I'm raising is whether the issue is concrete or theoretical.
It's for me theoretical. Like in terms of like, again, I think that most of the stuff is just in concept because I think it's a design consideration, not even a flaw, just consideration. Versus like there are plenty of avenues to do this. I think to your point that we have to give decks that decks tools and overall give more tools or different considerations of tools, better risk reward, and also give them different types of identity can work. My main point with it, where I
will note that different types of identities necessarily come with some polarized matchups.
Yes,
so if we dislike the sort of state we're in, where Heart stomps on fives and then fives stomps on everything else, then the more polarized the identities of the decks are, the more that's going to happen. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm fine with that happening. I'm just saying that if it is a problem now, it's going to be more of a problem the more different the
different variation. I also agree. Again, I talked to Dan a little bit about like when the Thunder stuff was getting announced for Daybreak, and everyone was like, "Oh my God, they can't keep getting away with it." And it's like true, but like I like the fact that Thunder similarly can have Phosphocell. I think that's a neat idea, right? I don't think it's bad that Phosphocell isn't a worthwhile payoff. That's also very much okay. It's more just that like the more it seems as if there's just no incentive, truthfully, right now, to play decks that aren't like specifically a beater strategy, right? Of some sort, versus the actual like function of the deck, like, or again, deck identity is like I'm using that as like more of a looser term here, because it doesn't have to be solidified. Like, oh, wind is an aggro deck, or wind is a control strategy. Water is the closest thing I think we have to any of those, but like the point is more that like there isn't any incentive, and from what I see from the Elestral side is that the different decks, like whatever the tools in that deck, typically should give an identifier of what the deck wants to do. No, like I think wind is a very good example because it does have a lot of different tools, and you can kind of build it a bunch of different ways. But it's like clear that wind wants to be a Nexus deck that is hyper consistent. There's a lot of cards that have when, receives, and Nexusing mechanics, and Aeolus allows you to access all of them. But it seems like right now it's lacking from a few different archetypes, and maybe, again, the problem outside of fives is that fives can take advantage of those decks while they're setting up. I don't know if it's a speed thing. But I guess that's what I'm trying to say as far as like what do the cards we have now say about their individual spirit types or deck game plans, and how can that be better or more incentivized to be built than just big body? Like, what are those solutions, right? I don't think it's stuff like floodgates. I think floodgates are silly. I do think to your end of like making more like...
We can have a different argument about that, but whatever the case. Yeah, if we look at it, it seems that wind is supposed to be a toolbox deck. Water is supposed to be attrition and control. Fire, I have no idea. Yeah. Hurt is supposed to be the beat down deck.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Thunder is something like it's a wind with less tutoring. Is you're just like getting lost in the sauce, I guess.
Yeah.
Just the incremental value mid range. It was supposed to be before they killed the Sparkit. What else is there? Solar does want to access a complicated combo deck, apparently. Lunar, I have to zip it, I can talk about it. And Frost wants to play with the graveyard, I guess. That's the Frost thing.
Right, and that's, I mean, to Jayak's point, right? Like, so Jay Brock's make a good point that kind of relates to this, which is that bad Timmy cards can exist. There are just too many of them compared to worthwhile payoffs. Like the worthwhile payoffs portion for the deck, like game plan, I think is kind of like maybe the core issue that I'm finding. Like the issue is a couple fold, again, very complicated, but it's like the generic option is just significantly better than trying to have like a deck that's focused on a thing, I guess. Like the game plan itself doesn't matter. Effectively, what I'm trying to say is that it matters less, a significant margin than just play what's good, except for specifically in Earth and previously Thunder. And I guess to some extent Wind, right? Like I know you're saying like the tournament results and people playing Wind. But
sorry, the forecast, a lot of people seem to think that Wind is a decently strong deck, and the results seem to point in that direction. It's clearly not the best decks, but it's competent enough to like it's not top. It didn't top the tournament, but because they all bubbled, like it's close enough to get there. Even if it was carried by the players can't do miracles, right?
Agreed.
And again, it's still it's week 2 of the format.
Yeah. We're still.
So if the issue is
early,
we have aggro decks that are too spirit efficient, and other decks that try to do their thing end up with a lesser result for more spirits. Then the questions we start to ask are... actually, rewind. We said that both Hurt and Fives are this type of beatdown deck, right?
I think we mentioned that. I think we talked about Earth having its identity being bigger beaters, I think.
Yeah, but then it can't also be the case that like if deck has access to the same efficient game plan as Fives, then how could it be the case that there are non-5 decks that have a favorable matchup into Earth? Clearly, a piece of the puzzle is incorrect.
No, I think that both
if it's all about spirit efficiency.
No, I think both can be congruent depending on the game plan, right? The game plan of like Wind, for example, to bring up your point there, is like it directly ignores the spirit trade difference that Fives presents, and Earth presents too, where it's burning direct for spirit damage. I mean, that's partially why something like Krakatuga and Water in set 1 were so interesting, is that technically that deck, in a lot of people's opinion, wasn't good. I disagree. I think it had several tools that like enabled its game plan to work really well, right? And that's, but and to your point, the question of it, like what is missing from the other decks to close that gap between them, and it might just be a solidified game plan, right? Again, like Chronodile is
but like, my point is more so to the fact that if like the issue cannot be solely the spirit efficiency, because as we said, if Earth wins over Fives because it keeps a similar spirit efficiency but also gets to go over Fives, then it shouldn't be the case that there are non-5 decks that get to beat Earth.
Yeah, I think that's if we're looking at it from a specific vacuum. Like if we're looking
by
at
your own metagame analysis, Earth isn't a tier 0 deck. It would have unfavorable matchups.
No, and I agree. I think that there is some counterplay there. I think that, again, because of the multi-layer problem, spirit efficiency is a big issue, but it's also compounded by the fact that decks' game plans don't necessarily contest the game plan of Fives or Earth, right? Wind is inherently like they can ignore some of those things to close the gap. But again, Water tries to, and Water can, but the question then becomes, are the tools the decks are playing like good enough to close the spirit efficiency and to close the game plan? And it's like it's all three together, right? It's
I think with Water is that if it is a control deck, then it's an poorly tuned control deck. Like week 1 control decks are notoriously weird. If we start seeing a lot of Water Nexus players start to slot in Cryoblast or other tools to deal with 5s, then also yes, the traditional strategy of being sad and pathetic so they don't play it against you. If we see water decks that are more tuned to the 5s matchup, maybe 5s just disappears on its own, or like I don't want it to disappear. I think it's fine for an easy deck if like a bit boring.
I don't hate 5s. I just think that also like maybe
I think the frequency is problematic.
Yeah, I think the consideration too, you brought up Cryoblast as like a tech option against it. Cryoblast is like, let's say Cryoblast was water spirit, right? I think that obviously like water would play it. Rock and Hard Place, a lot of water decks are adapting for that reason. Like in archetype, quote unquote, or in spirit type support that is able to give the deck a new, like able to give the deck advantage. Again, going back to Earth, they can native play 3 Earthquake without diluting their spirit pool. And that's like, that's something that I think as well is part of the 5s issue, is that it wants to dilute its spirit pool, and thus like decks that have weaker game plans that require a larger spirit pool of, let's say, water or fire, you know, playing Earthquake, which is a removal, or Cryoblast, which is ice removal, or frost, excuse me. That's inherently weaker than if you were just to try the strategy. And it's not the point that the spirit equals the result. I think that's not necessarily like a good correlation. It's not really correlation there, because like again, frost has other issues on top of it, right? That's kind of what I'm getting at too, is that obviously that we're seeing the decks that can use these tech and efficiency cards to gain advantage are obviously performing. And that's kind of that's also kind of the third secret issue, again, with giving players tools and designing them with consideration that there's payoff. Rock and Hard Place, I think, is a great card for that. I know a lot of people think that card's like not super awesome, but it's like in archetype, quote unquote, or in spirit type removal that also can potentially net you an advantage, is a very strong card. And that also means a consideration.
I mean, yes, of course, but like, surely we shouldn't have every color get an Earthquake.
Right. I mean, but I think that's also really funny because that is happening with the Elestrals, no? Vulgaris, Volcaris, Tectaris, Oystris, right?
There's starters, it's not every color. Clearly, Vulgaris and Tectaurus are like in practice very different with how you have to.
Yeah, they're thematically different because.
Not like, sorry, like Vulgaris requires you to do a lot of stuff that Tectaurus doesn't require you to do.
Said Vulgaris?
Vulgaris, the one with the rules.
Yes, yeah, it's also designed differently than the other two, right? But I'm saying it's like they're analogous to it, right? At that point. But the point is that like on the level that there is like similar quote unquote nexus forms of each of the cards together means that there is some agreement that the decks need to have some similar tools in archetype, even if there's differences between them functionality wise, like, you know, Imperm Veiler type stuff. Like, yeah, effectively Rock and Hard Place is Earthquake for water. And does that mean that they don't run Earthquake? No, but it does mean they can potentially forego it for a different game plan. Versus I think some decks, they can't forego Earthquake and Lavalith and like the counter runes, right? They which goes back to the precon issue with the power spells. Like, again, this is like the compounding issues all kind of like metering together into this big meteor like coming down. So I agree with you that like that's something that probably can't happen realistically, but on some level it is happening on like somewhere, and then also could even be a good thing for certain decks. Like, what? Like, is there a perfect world where every single spirit type gets its removal?
Consider for a second the universe where removal as a whole is very bad,
right?
Where it doesn't get better than shield.
Sure.
How could the 5s possibly exist when I can just slam Kurabis on as early as turn 1? What does 5s do against the Kurabis?
Yeah, no, I think that's also, again, the careful design consideration that like the removal is inherently has to exist somewhere. But the question is like, is the tools right now effective? Maybe up for the debate, but like, and also, does that mean there's an inherent balance between like certain strategies? Like, is ascending right the next form? And maybe, right? But at that right now, I would argue that ascending is like not worth it because of the removal to a degree that it is like staggering. Yeah. Like that mechanic is almost never used outside of like when you are so far up an advantage that you might as well just not do it.
Yeah.
So to your point though, that's true.
Like it isn't be like allegedly players like interaction, but too strong interaction leads to this precisely.
Yeah, it's the Drake meme. It's the the this versus the, it's the thing I like, thing I don't like, right? And I think that's also a good differentiator between I think what a lot of people are saying, which is like, oh, fives is this, that, and the other. Like fives is fine. It's just like, how did we get here, and can we avoid it? Like right now, no, but in the future, for sure.
Maybe we make a spell that lets you ascend in the same turn. We made that. It's called the Exalt Flare.
Spell lets you ascend in the same turn. Oh yeah. Hey, even Cryoling. The Cryoling stuff is also pretty interesting, right? Set 2, talking about the Ascension stuff, is an interesting design thing that they actually, like a lot of cards in set 2 revolved around the 2-drops specifically, right? But and even Nexusane became a little more prevalent.
Coder, you know that I forgot about Tower of Winds?
About the Tower of Winds?
What happened to Tower of Winds? Yeah. What happened to Tower of Winds? What's up?
He's better
I
to do the
missed
Nexus
Tower
stuff.
of Winds. When will my Tower of Winds return from the war?
Sir, it was you know when it was power crept? It was power crept in set 1. A card from set 2 was power crept in set 1 with Circle the Sky.
It's different.
They are different functionality, but like, again, in practicality, how people play them.
That are not good to wind drops. Wind 2-drops.
Falcane's good.
Nah.
Nah.
Nah. Nah. Come on.
Dang. Sure. I mean, that's also the point, right?
Isn't good. The Tooth Fairy isn't real, and your parents make you give some Christmas.
No. But that's, I mean, to that end too, right? On the 2-drop point.
Flammamoth is crazy. No, it's not.
No, it's like, like to that end, like, yeah, there will be inherent like power imbalances. I agree. But it feels like the power imbalances are also being placed upon, like, or rather, they're at the cost of like a lot of cards. Like I would say, because of the, let's say, top breakdown of the meta, which is the Earth and 5s right now, because of that, there's a lot of decks and cards on the bubble, which is cool, but that still means they are underperforming to a degree that is like, that is not converting.
And to be clear, like, this is not going to be. I do, like, everyone agrees that the 2 and 3 drops being bad is bad. Is unequivocally bad for the game. Like, that's why set 2 and both set 2 and set 3 put a lot of power. Tried to put a lot of power in the 3 drops, like Celestial and Ferrogeist, and Phosphocell was an attempt at doing that. The fact that you can get it out turn 1. Cryoscorch, in theory, even if stopping one short. Like, see, it's the issue, right? Why go for Cryoscorch when stopping one short at Cryovern is so much better?
Yep, that's exactly the point. Which I think is like, it's okay given the risk reward there, right? Like, I think that's also the assessment that like is not happening right now with a lot of people. Is that like it will come back to player incentive. What are the players incentivized to do? And then what are those tools that the players can use to evaluate that? And right now, it just feels like the two options are a beater deck that can Nexus sometimes, and a beater deck that doesn't want to.
I do think like a reasonable solution is more floaters.
Is what?
More. Like if our Scott and what's the other one? Foamy.
Oh, more recruiters?
What did I say?
You said more,
yeah, more
like
recruiters. Precisely.
Yeah.
But maybe make them like Sangan, make them able to trigger even on being destroyed by card effects.
Kind of. I mean, that's what what's this? Emfrix. Why Emfrix was like considered okay to start, but it's different in that way.
Why did he fall off? Why did the Emfrix fall off?
Emfrix fell off because I think did Kevin make the change? I can't remember the story, but the old prototype one used to just revive itself regardless of what happened to it. And now you have to pay like 3 or 2 spirits, technically 3 over the course of the turn.
I mean, yeah, 1 to play it initially, 1 to activate the effect, and 1 to
bring it back. And that's the balance if it's destroyed by battle or card effect.
Card effect, yeah.
Yeah. But I think that's also, again, a consideration that it's the spirit efficiency of that type of like recursion is bad versus like a recruiter is just straight 2s, which is better, but not great still.
I mean, a recruiter that's more mod, like, I think that... remember that epoch, that era of Yu-Gi-Oh! Design where we didn't get Stratoses, we got recruiters?
Oh, yeah.
Like, if you look through Zexal archetypes, you will see like virtually like really few Stratoses and a bunch of recruiters or flip guys that tutor instead.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and right, like the the TG shenanigans or otherwise, it's like I think TGs are probably more like Stratoses, but the
Coder, this is how it works right now.
Was it pay
just to just pay 1 to revive an end phase regardless of like, do you mean that it always triggered on being discarded?
Oh yeah. If it was in the underworld at all, I believe that was the previous ruling.
Okay.
Which was crazy.
Because it already triggers on like any way it dies, it can decimate. No, that's no.
Right now,
wait, what?
I don't believe that's true. I think it's either by, unless
it's battle or card effect.
Yeah. Ban Astrabbit. They're on the ban Astrabbit talk again. Jesus.
Coder? Have you been like going on 2 years working up the assumption that Emfrix doesn't trigger when it's destroyed by card effect?
I think he is. Anyways, but yeah, I guess the point is that like again, it's
you call the nexus of it. I see. Okay.
You used to be able to like just effectively do whatever with it. That was also pre-nexusing rules effectively.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I guess again, it's a very multi-layered problem where we're at, and there's no good solution that fixes everything. That's like a simple one. It's more of a like careful like series of decisions that have to be made to like check in weird ways a power level while also balancing like player incentive for payoff. And the way to do that is varied. And I don't necessarily think that means like, a floodgate or banning all 5s. That means that's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
But instead, like empowering the player to make other decisions that are just better payoffs, with equal or again worth it spirit efficiency wise, right? And there's plenty of cool cards in the game that can lead to like really cool interactions. But again, I keep on using Chronodile because it's like a really good example of this, of a card that has like a really cool concept, a cool deck identity, but with 0 payoff compared to even something like Curibus, which is the stronger version. But even that is just not as like efficient in some cases. And again, that probably goes into all of it, right? The generic removal.
Usually it's Chronodile anyway. Like, if you stick a Chronodile on board with 3 Spirit Poseidon behind it, is the only out that 5s has to go into lavalith?
It's lavalith, yeah. Well, every deck is lavalith. Apparently Chronodile, when it sticks without lavalith, over. Apparently. I'm not convinced.
Talking about the issues with Chronodile, boy, can I tell you.
Yeah, Dimax has been grinding Chronodile.
Grinding on Chronodile? Is that
too.
allowed?
Both, actually.
Cool.
Legally,
can
it's
I
allowed.
get pictures? Can I get pictures?
But I guess is there anything else as far as like arguments here, or like kind of explain anything? Because I think that we're kind of reaching the same conclusions.
Yeah, to put a bow on everything. I think that the foremost issues with fives is that it's a boring deck. Like, I don't think anyone is going to argue with that.
Also very fair.
I think that the issue that, like, we spent 2 hours arguing about an issue that we'll see if it actually bears out in practice. I could very, very, very well be completely wrong. But I do suspect that we are at the start of a shifting metagame, and that there is going to be a pull and push, and then that fives isn't completely unreasonable into every deck.
Yeah, I can agree. I think that especially October 1st also changes a lot of things too. Like, given we get also new tools in a card pool, the lunar stuff, so it's like, you know, everything changes with that too. Again, the inclusion or taking away of cards is a big indicator of all that, for sure.
Yeah, also, like, a good point from Jai. She keeps owning everyone with wind, and nobody takes it seriously. So,
that's like, player diff. Listen, I hear rumors. Everyone's like, "Oh, Jai's like wind list." I'm like, "Nah, Jai is just a good player, y'all." You see that?
Yeah, like I don't know. Like
Josh can touch anything too,
player,
and
but
be
again,
top. Like, come on.
Good players can't make miracles, right?
Also
there
true.
has to be something to that list.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Did you see, like, the divine control deck, which was
I did, and it was disgusting.
Terrible deck. Like, that's the issue with fives in the opposite direction.
Exactly. That's also true. Too many non-specific tools that you're using to do war crimes. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, very cool deck though. All the thumbs up.
Same.
Yeah, and let's say people in chat said that banning lavalith is wrong. I do think it's worth thinking about. It is a problematic card, at least. Even if it's not what makes fives, the impact that it has on the game as a whole, that this is allegedly Greek mythology-inspired deck game where you're supposed to play side by side with gods, and that all the gods are unplayable because lavalith is around.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good consideration. Also considering that the problem is that lavalith can remove the divine rune versus like a Laurels, for example, which is kind of the same idea, doesn't actually decrease the ability of the game plan to enact, I guess, is the way to go. So I think that's also like a good consideration. Outside, like, if you're talking about like just current right now stuff, right? I think it's also a going forward portion too, where it's like there has to also be a way to ensure that other decks can accomplish a game plan without it feeling bad.
Yeah. And I do think that the game plan decks are like, lavalith is an issue for the game plan decks because a lot of game plan decks are just Nexus decks.
Agreed.
And Nexus banks are an integral part of Nexus decks. So, like, fives dominance starting with a Frostfall, like fives being an understated deck in a base set, and the dominance is starting with Frostfall. It's not just that it's rune removal, it's that it's huge in addition to being rune removal. And that, and not only it's rune removal, you're discouraged from playing runes in the first place. Because Pigath is also rune removal, but it doesn't discourage you from playing your rune.
Right. And the fact that P-Gust, again, that's the give and take, P-Gust has a pretty powerful effect, but is really small. So it's like,
yeah,
that seems fine. Again, it's
also
about doing, like, it's a
with lavalith in the
approach.
format, you don't even want to play the divine rune in the first place.
Yeah. You're disincentivized to play overall, and you get punished for it because fives can outpace you at that point because you're having to deal with a bigger body. and a big issue, and lavalith exacerbates that issue.
So like, I put a lot of credence in the theory that a lot of the issues with the game right now, or with the deck, that this deck in particular, are downstream of lavalith.
Yeah, that's true.
So Pigas and Equinix are similar, right? It's just a generic reveal of the compared bigger body.
Yeah, but that's the point. It solves both
Well,
the
the
issues.
bigger body is an issue, and like again, Pigas and Equinix, like
they're required to be properly
They-
enchanted to get their payoff. That's
no, the lavalith also requires you to properly enchant.
right. But I'm saying like lavalith's problem is that it's big, in addition to its benefit. But P-Gust and Equilynx are one more contestable.
No,
because
more
of their
so
stats,
that
but also because they have
with
to be
lavalith, like Pigas and Equinix are like you play the Divine Rune, they respond with Pigas and Equinix.
Sure.
With lavalith in the format, you don't want to play the Divine Rune in the first place because then that tunes on lavalith. Like not playing the Divine Rune is often better than going for it because then you don't have to worry about lavalith.
Yeah, I think we're also kind of circling on the fact that there is like the fives deck is still very strong, which is fine. Again, there's no big issue with that. It's just the question of, and to Jayak's point of like, yeah, they both contest multiple back row. That's kind of the give and take, right? That's the risk reward. Is that the reward is that they're small.
They contest multiple back row on a turn over turn thing.
Yes.
Right. Another thing with that players complain about with the fives is that the game state essentially gets reset every turn. There is no development.
Correct.
You can't do the turn over turn advantage with Pigas and Equinix without some infrastructure on board, and that's good.
Yep, that's the give and take risk reward versus fives. Yes, because of the reset. If you it's just straight math. Bigger body will reset the board, and then boom, here we are. Until eventually the 50-50 happens, and player B, who doesn't have a response to big body A, can't contest the reset. That's in a straight numbers game. The 5 will beat the 3, etc., etc. Like right. That's also part of the problem.
Yeah.
Like if P-Gust gets a back row and then the next turn gets an alter back row kill, that sounds like it's working as intended, and you still might be able to walk over the P-Gust. I don't know. Like that seems like a strong combo. I don't know.
If you get 2 cards of Pigas, that means that you're like developing your game plan. You're doing the Nexus thing.
You're doing the win thing. Yeah, that sounds great.
You probably have something else on board, so like you already did something.
Yeah.
Equinix, same thing. It's like it probably requires you at the very least either the meter or a forest on board, which means that you are in a heavier hurt deck. I don't remember that. I don't remember people calling lavalith inaccessible. Like that was kind of the circle jerk with fire being the worst deck in set 1.
Oh yeah.
But I do think that like I seem to remember that the sentiment was that lavalith had a good opportunity to boost fire significantly. I do think that like collateral damage, if we take action on lavalith, then fire disappears, dies immediately.
Fire does become weaker inherently, but that's also kind of okay. I'll take that trade. I love fire, but I'll take that trade.
You don't want in your game with multiple factions, you don't want one faction to be comically worse than everything else.
Also kind of true. The thing though is I think fire still has plenty of great tools. I mean, Scavicle is something that's pretty unexplored, and like for searching any two cards of fire, double fire or fire, it's pretty strong. Obviously Eruption is still there. Fire also has one of the best beaters in Necruff, which again, not to say like the 5's issue there, but like that's also the thing. Ash Rabbit's insane, right? It has game plans. The question is what's the payoff, and it might just be Nexus Kinlia, which is weak. But that's right now is that every single payoff is laughably weaker than a 5 strategy or Earth. That's like we're coming around to the same issue, whereas like right now every single strategy
I still don't know if I agree with that because
the payoffs are not
do you think that wind beats Earth?
Do I think wind beats Earth? Not necessarily. No.
Do you think it's evenly matched? Like it's not a stop?
Oh no, I don't think it's evenly matched. I think Earth still infinitely beats it out.
What do you think are the decks? Would you say that there are decks that beat Earth?
I think there are decks that can go toe to toe with Earth. Like fives specifically.
Aside from fives, of course.
Yeah, I mean fives obviously. But I don't think there's any other like game plan deck that beats Earth.
Jai has been going on all day about Race to the Top Wind. What's up with what?
Race to Top Wind
What's up with
is a divine toolbox, but instead it's stadium box. So you're playing.
Wait, that's insane.
Yeah,
that's the coolest deck in the universe.
No, it was really cool. If it's the same deck that Jai ran in the last Frostfall tournament, it was really cool. It also but again, that's like, is it better than Earth? I don't know. I don't think so.
I mean,
subjective.
What I'm saying is based on what Coder said, that if we remove 5 from the picture, then there are decks under 5s that beat Earth. If that's the case, and Coder might be a complete moron. Oh, wait, Coder is in chat. I didn't mean to say that. Ooh, sorry. But if Coder is right on that, I lost my train of thought.
If the deck's coming up, if we ban 5s, if they beat Earth.
No, God damn it! It's getting late, honestly. Wait, let's rewind the tape. You said that everything is better than, everything. Like, there's nothing as good as certain 5s, and I said if Connor's right, that's not the case, because if there is stuff that beats Earth, that's under 5s. Then the metagame is more triangular than what you're describing.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that like even in our tier list, I think the meta quote unquote contender portion of it is like kind of it, right? There's a lot of decks underneath all of them, but if like is 5 the true gatekeeper? I don't know. Earth still might just be better for, again, this back to the Smash 4 reason. The kit of Earth just has better synergies, strong elements that like Elestrals revolves around, and maybe also has better spirit efficiency. Again, it's kind of like the 3 problems that 5s presents, Earth also kind of presents, but also in a different way, because it's a game plan deck, right? Like, so going back to your point that 5s is kind of boring, it's there, right? But is there any deck that does those 3 things as well as Earth? I do not think so. Like, is it spirit efficient, has a game plan, and also has an in-deck kit that synergizes with its game plan? I don't think that there's one out there right now. Water, I think water is close, very close. But I still don't think water beats Earth, because of water's inherent weaknesses inside the kit, right? Like that's kind of, again, like the design discussion of the portion. It's like also what allows 5s to run amok, is that 5s can play all those cards and has a kit to deal with generically everything.
Yeah, maybe. Like, I don't. I don't know every deck that you are playing. I only have an idea of what the top dogs are supposed to be.
Right. No, and I think that's completely fair. It's like this is also in the perception of like what I'm seeing is that like the more diluted the card pool gets for decks that can't afford to play like in archetype or in spirit type stuff, then the question just becomes, why not just play the good stuff deck? And the good stuff deck is 5s right now. And that's why like Earth and 5s are just kind of it. Like even if Wind is strong, quote unquote, it's leagues different from 5s or Earth.
Wind is versatile. If
it is. Yeah. It has tools. It has its kit that can do things, but that game plan is going to be weaker. Also because it has to then dilute itself with, XYZ. And there's some dilution that has to happen. That's also, again, the beauty of Elestrals.
Well, yeah, like, I don't think that dilution is necessarily a bad thing. Like,
yeah, like, that's fine.
What you call dilution, some might call metagame considerations.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. It's like
But
mainly just
I
dilution
do
in terms
dislike
of spirit type.
the number of staples at the moment in the game.
Yeah, that's the speed running the Yu-Gi-Oh problem.
We're speedrunning the Yu-Gi-Oh problem in a sense. Yu-Gi-Oh for had a lot of staples, but because they were fine with limiting them, they took up less deck slots. Like the times of really, I don't really have a problem with the status of Goth, because like even if a lot of decks have a lot of overlap, the parts that don't overlap make the decks play a completely different way.
I kind of agree on a level that like the staples are okay, but every single deck at the moment looks like the same 20 cards, which is 3 rabbit.
Yeah, like the issue is that this is not always the case with Elestrals, right?
Right.
Because in Goth, for example, you can have Goth control and flip control and warrior aggro that might share 25, like 60% of the deck list, but play in a completely different way. Well, there is not that a similar variation of gameplays in Elestrals at the moment.
Correct. I agree.
Probably if we gave decks more room to play, if we removed some of the counter runes, for example, and Earthquake, we achieve both the issue of making big Elestrals more viable because they are less fragile, and we achieve we solve the issue of decks feeling similar to one another.
I think that's also true, right? It's like, what tools can we do to give like decks that type of uniqueness, but also that like overlap is of course fine to varying degrees. It's just like what's separating the decks from each other other than specifically like, oh, this is Necruff, but it's wind.
Yeah.
Right, and I think that's kind of also the problem right now that we're circling with it.
Yeah.
But
so
true.
To put a bow on it, I don't think that 5 is going to be solved. 5s and Earth also will probably be as overwhelming as you're describing. But they might be, and I will eat crow on that if that happens, for sure.
True.
If that happens, I do think that either lavalith or the counter runes and Earthquake are valid targets to think about. I think Earthquake is an extremely reasonable target because I don't believe we have made any promo version of it. So players that got swagged of a version of cards don't have to feel bad about it. And also it's an unreasonable card in some terms. If we also think that Earth is too strong, then well, that does double duty by also making Earth weaker.
That's true, and also true. Yeah.
Yeah, so either lavalith or the removal suit should get a hit.
Also
Target for a
agree.
ban list or something else. Yeah, maybe we can hit them, we can limit them, we will discuss them.
Yeah, and there is also, like, on the Play Elestrals site, I don't know if you guys have seen it at all, but there is like sections for different forms of playing Elestrals too. So it's like that's something that is clearly built into the infrastructure.
Like players are free to experiment with different formats.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not going to say the R word because like there is no confirmation. Like Drive doesn't want to commit to that, but
you'll summon Joseph expeditiously.
Yeah, and everyone else in the community that wants to argue about that. But that's also something to keep in mind.
Sure.
All right, beyond that, here's a curveball, an actual curveball.
Okay.
Something happened round 3 of last tournament. I think it didn't go unnoticed. We are still zeroing in on the correct time moves. Here's one of my proposals that would make the games significantly faster. My proposal is that when the game that's like there is no mini game. The player that no, we are not bringing back those. The player that lost the die roll starts with half a point win.
Oh.
So if the match would have normally been a tie, the player that lost the die roll gets to win.
The player that lost the die roll, if it goes into time.
So not the player that went second game one.
Right.
Specifically the player that lost the die roll.
Interesting. Huh. What's the rationale here?
Because going for, like, we need a tiebreaker, of course. We are not going to have draws. Just have chess clock. We're not going to have chess clocks. One draw for the win? No, clearly not. Like, rolling for the win is bad because you are invalidating everything that like you still have to play the games here. Or we want draws because draws necessarily come with intentional draws, and intentional draws were barred on the most despised aspect of the old like before we removed them, everybody hated them. And we cannot do draws without intentional draws. And don't play until defense exists. Well, no, because the difference means that as soon as a player plays a card, they lose the game. Well, no, not necessarily. If they play an Elestral, they keep playing. If they play a Rune, they lose the game on the spot, unless it's an Earthquake against a 3-drop, or a Loreth against a 2-drop. I don't think Jayax's solution works. Yeah, it is board and deck, but I will think about it. I will consider it. No, yeah, like, sorry. The purpose of the time draws is the game needs to end, and we need to give, like, a player needs to win. We can't have draws. This is the fastest way, and, like, the game ends in a draw. We are giving, like, first off, play faster. Second off, if you end up, like, I think that the biggest concern is that it encourages a slow play on in some sense. Otherwise, we are simply saying one player had a disadvantage coming into this match. If the game ends in game 2, then that player gets the win.
Bring back
this one, Coder, I can't do that because when I did that, every day a certain Kevin Rodriguez would spam my DMs asking me to remove best of one.
I liked best of one. My afternoon was saved.
I also really liked best of one, but the people didn't.
I know. IDs and best of one are fine, y'all. Maybe IDs are a little bit rough. I'll say that.
I do think that they do essentially count as match fixing, and
they do, yeah.
Like if you wouldn't be fine with that in sports, why would you be fine with that in card games?
Also true.
How would you verify we want a die roll if somebody wants to go second? Well, presumably players like. Yeah, I guess that's an additional concern. We would ask players to start keeping track of that in case games like if the games get really long and really involved, it's easy to forget. We might ask players to sign on that, to like write that down, but they are not going to do it. I don't trust them to do it.
True. All right. Anything else on the fives discussion?
I should therefore win. No, I said my piece on fives. this like to be clear, we're not going to. It's not necessarily. It's not like the player that lost the die roll necessarily wins in a case of a tie. Isn't something that we are necessarily going to do. It is on the board of possibilities that we considered. The next, if 10 split minigame keeps being problematic, the next solution downstream is 7 split minigame.
There. All right, Siberian, I'm going to wrap up stream and wrap up this slideshow.
Thank you, Josh. I agree. No, like, I do think that the argument against ideas that they are match fixing is essentially like, only people that don't play sports are not going to understand it. Not don't play sports, that don't care about sports. And to be clear, I'm not a person that's especially into sports, but I do like nothing brings out vitriol and hatred like that kind of shenanigans in sport discussions.
Also true. Chat, you're one guy in Siberian. I'm gonna wrap up this discussion. Yeah. Thank you so much for joining me today. And thanks for arguing with me and Kevin a little bit.
It's been. I hope that people enjoyed the thick accent, strange person. Actually, before I go, everyone take the judge test. We need more people. Dimax, it's your chance. Go on.
True. Take the judge test and also appreciate your judges more. They do a lot for us, chat. Jesus.
Last tournament was really nice. I'm really proud of the people that we got on team.
Oh yeah, I think honestly, outside of the one incident, I think you said round 3, I think it was actually much smoother around because of that.
So yeah, we need blink spells. Okay. If we did a blink spells, then the spirit would go into the void with the Elestral, and then they would combat together. How would we template that? We probably would come up with its own keyword, and then we would embed everything in the rulebook, because spelling it out on the card seems unreasonable.
True.
But yeah, I think that's how we would go about it. We would make it so there would be some sort of keyword like phasing. Well, maybe not that one. Or what could be a cool keyword without being exactly blink or flicker? Something with some flavor behind it. Well, that's on A drive. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, he's the idea man, you know.
Yeah, we would come up with some sort of keyword that makes that says blink this Elestral, and when that happens, you leave it, take it off the field with the spirits, and then when the duration expires, you put it back with the spirits, and it counts as a receive effect, but not as a cast effect. So receive effects are getting even better.
True.
Send to the underworld, and then cast in the same position with spirits from the underworld. Smile. No.
True. All right. Thank you, Siberian.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for being here. Chat, say bye to Siberian.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Bye bye. Boop. All right, chat. You just get me now. I do really appreciate them jumping on to say hello. That was nice. That was a fun little segment. Fun 2-hour segment. Also, yes, thank your judges and thank your judge program. I guess thank your judge program is more specific. But does this make any sense, by the way, outside of our 5s detour? What a nice young man. True. All right, to wrap up, to speed run this, the 5's dilemma. That's me. That's also me. Why are we here? The game's still new, so a lot of things can change and could happen. 5s were represented pretty heavily inside of the previous tournament before. This is Jayak's list from the last tournament. Things pretty clean, and big congratulations to Jayak for accomplishing and destroying everyone. Destroying. On Barony? Absolutely. There we go. What a nice young rabbit. There you go. Nice young day. There we go. Kevin's also correct there. All right, what the heck is a 5? This is a 5. It's got a 5 stat. These are honorary fives, including Warmight, but also not necessarily Warmight. Definitions of fives. Fives all the way down. Every spirit type has a 5. This is the big thing of fives and how we perceive them to be. Fives have gone rogue. Elestrals is currently speedrunning the Yu-Gi-Oh! Problems before. Again, decks are starting to look somewhat similar. This is Wind Nexus, this is Wind Beatdown. What's the difference? Not a whole lot, but game plans are different. What do? Floodgates, considerations. I don't really like this option, but there's there. Option number 2, we can make fives feel special and make them less like a core thing. Again, mixing the core mechanics of Elestrals. Make them just do less. They don't need to do everything and also be big. In fact, I love a risk reward. We love a risk reward. Eddy and Mudlet specifically. Also, side note, we need to be empowering our players with more tools across the board, but I think a great way of doing that is fixing cards that have a good give and take. Risk reward evaluations and deck inclusions are good to have. Card identity and deck identities are also important to think about depending on what you're playing. Then we didn't talk about this one, but there are banned cards inside of Elestrals. Now we talked about it, just a little bit of banning and changing cards. I'm putting on this one because I think that there is that varies so wildly between what you're trying to do with it. Banning cards and changing cards are just big considerations that take a long time to develop, and maybe there are simple solutions. However, the results can vary pretty wildly. I guess same thing with these things too, but this is, I mean, come on, we've seen this one before. I'm joking. All right, big conclusions that we can talk about here inside of our big yap up session. And thank you for joining me on our 4-hour lecture today. There are a lot of things to think about when it comes to Elestrals and how the game works currently. The overall idea of Elestrals is its spirits, its nexusing, its what's enchanting what and when and why. And I feel like that's effectively the crux of an issue on top of the other problems that we discussed, aka the tools available to decks to deal with strategies of similar cases to fives is inefficient. The decks that do currently have game plans that are also not necessarily performing are kind of an issue, because I would love to say that there are decks that can compete at a top level that is comparable to fives or to Earth Nexus, and I think after this past weekend it is very clear that is not the case. And I think that can change. I think that's a good thing. I think that can change in itself. I'm gonna skip the hot takes time because I think every single one of you guys and people put in your hot takes initially. We had this reserved for hot takes time, but I do really appreciate Siberian and Kevin for Coder, excuse me, for hopping on the Professor Swallock's guest lecture portion to go over anything. But yeah, I don't really agree with any of your solutions, TBH. I agree with your take on floodgates. There's already too many fives to make them special, and the fat 7 is good enough without banning it won't work. I don't necessarily know if it's true. I think one of the biggest things for 4 or 5s or rather, I think one of the biggest things for like something else. Oh, Jack's leaving. Bye, Jack. Thanks so much for stopping by today's stream and lecture. I really appreciate it. But I think that the problem isn't the fact that like the 5s are too strong, it's the other decks are also too weak too. It's a compounding issue, right? So to that end, yes, we do need to have more tools available, and yes, 5s can still be strong. I guess you can say there's both. Yeah, change a lot of the fundamental rules or extreme power creep. I don't necessarily think that's true. I think you can't, there are to Siberian's point, there are decks that are right there. There are decks that are right there that are just so close to accomplishing things, but they just ultimately are missing the mark. And I also don't think floodgates are at all there at all. Anyways, that's it. That's our lecture. That's the 5s dilemma. We literally have so much information and so many things to go into, and it is at the core root a lot to talk about. And I do appreciate every single one of you for being here, for taking the time out, for taking notes. There will be a test sometime soon. and a pop quiz after that. Make sure to turn in your homework. You have until 11:59 p.m. tonight, actually, to finish all of your assignments. And I hope that you guys didn't procrastinate because, you know, I'm very strict on those rules. I don't know if I can open them back up again. These new online systems are just completely ridiculous to me. I mean, I used to be able to do it by hand so much faster than these computers can. I'll tell you what. But that being said, can I get an extension? Fine. Listen, you guys will have until next week, next Sunday, 11:59 p.m., whatever time is your local and most convenient. How about that? As long as you guys promise to study. That being said, thank you guys so much for being here tonight, and thank you guys for being here at all today. I hope you guys have a great rest of your evening, or if it's early or late for you, a great rest of your morning and or afternoon. Take care of yourself first and foremost. I am probably gonna get some food. Probably gonna eat a little bit too, which would be super nice. On top of that, I think you guys should as well. So make sure to get some sleep. And happy Elestrals too. Again, just some things to chew on and think about while we're all living out here. Stream was awesome. Thanks for doing it again. Thank you guys for being here, and thank you so much. I really appreciate that. If you guys do like this, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, all the good jazz. Follow me on Twitter. Follow the Elestrals on Twitter. All that good stuff. And maybe we'll do a Professor Swolax again. Maybe we'll do another Professor Swolax again, because I think this was I thoroughly enjoyed yapping, and we've been yapping for about 4 hours. So there's that. All right. I'll see you guys, everyone. Goodbye. Hope you have a great rest of your evening this end of the day. Thank you so much for being here. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I gotta get an Elestrals transition. Because the Yu-Gi-Oh! One is a little bit outdated for this, what I'm trying to do here. But you guys get the message anyways. Goodbye.